Attention in the pits, eliminator class to lane 2, please. Eliminator bikes to lane 2. Hot street to lane 3, please. Let's get 2 classes loaded up in those lanes and we'll get ready to rock and roll. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome one and all to the Michigan Nitro Nationals, presented by Pengrade, here with the AMRA, the American Motorcycle Racing Association. This is, of course, a points race, a very important points race, as they all are, here for our 2025 season. We are at Martin, Michigan, US 131 Motorsports Park, and I am telling you, they run this place like a clock. Very nicely done. It is always a pleasure to have a sanctioned event at a racing facility where the facility has really got their stuff in a pile. We do here. Very well done. Very, very well done. Well-run racing facility. The racetrack is well prepped. We've already seen the Top Fuel Ward go out there and run a good number, and a 650 as a baseline, and a test pass is highly acceptable. So we're in for some good racing this weekend. Here's a rundown. We are going into Q1 right now here. And with the first qualifying session of 3, we have sportsman classes coming out. There'll be Eliminator, Hot Street, Super Pro, Street Bagger, 1150, 930, 1090, Super Gas 990. All of our index classes will run once those sportsman classes make their first Q1 hit. There'll be a break briefly while track prep takes place to prepare for the pro classes. And on Saturday, the AMRA, we always run our pro classes in reverse on Saturday. So we'll come out with modified first, followed by pro bagger, followed by pro outlaw, and then the nitro classes. Pro fuel, nitro funny bike, top fuel. So that's your whole run order for our Q sessions. And there are, again, as I said earlier, 3 qualifying sessions. This is Q1 coming up. Attention in the pits. Eliminator, you should be in lane 2 right now, please. Eliminator bikes to lane 2. Hot Street, I need you in lane 3. Super Pro 1030 class, you are on deck. Stand by for your call. As soon as the Eliminator bikes start running, I will be calling you. A big shout out to our sponsors who are helping us with this national event this weekend. Circle M Ranch, Top Fuel, Johnny Mancuso and company. Thank you so much for sponsoring Top Fuel. Armin Fur Racing, sponsoring the Nitro Funny Bike class. Hawaii Racing will be sponsoring, of course, Pro Fuel once again. Thank you, Johnny Vickers and company. Danny Fitzmaurice and the company at Zippers Performance Products are sponsoring the modified class. Hot Street, sponsored by Axtel Cylinders. Street Bagger will be sponsored by Thundermax. Top Eliminator class 930, sponsored by Benchmark Excavating of Fayette City, Pennsylvania. Super Gas 990, the home of 31-time champ Donnie Huffman. Donnie can't be with us this weekend, but he's with us in spirit, and he's sponsoring the class. And Donnie, we can't thank you enough for all you've done for us. The legend himself, Mr. Donnie Huffman, thank you. Sponsoring Super Gas 990 once again. Super Pro is sponsored by BK Electric in Smithton, Pennsylvania. They do both commercial and residential electrical work. Street Eliminator 1150, that is Thundermax neighborhood right there. Thank you, Thundermax, for your sponsorship of the 1150 Index class. And for the e-bikes racing in Eliminator, and they're going to kick off our Q1 session here shortly. E-Class Racing is sponsored by Baker Drivetrain. Mr. Burt Baker, we thank you much, sir. Good luck in your efforts this weekend. Okay, we are getting ready to launch Q1 here. If you are an eliminator bike, we are getting ready to begin Q1 for E-Class. You need to be in lane 2 right now. Hot street, you need to be in lane 3. And this is Q1, so do not miss your lane call. All right, Q1 is now in progress. This is E-Class Racing. Marcus Thurston of Sandusky, Ohio is in the left lane. Jeremiah Dispo in the right lane. A little bit of a wheel stand there for Jeremiah. And our first pair making their way down the racetrack. An excellent 0:17 reaction time in the left lane by Marcus Thurston. And our first pair is safely down the racetrack, and we move on to the next pair. This is Q1. E-Class Racing, sponsored by Baker Drivetrain, in progress. Corey Von Toll and Seth Jones will match it up now. Corey with a wheel stand in the left lane, trailing slightly behind Seth. In E-Class Racing, remember these guys going out there getting their dial on is what they're really doing. This being qualifying, what they're looking for is consistency in their passes for all 3 of their qualifying sessions, because they're trying to determine what dial should they use once it comes time for eliminations. We have 3 sessions of qualifying in progress. This is Q1. Red light start by both races. Robert Morris in the left lane. He's going to hit the stripe first. 1168 at 114 mile an hour. And our next pair is ready to rock and roll. Kevin Winters out of Richmond, Illinois, on the Buell in the left lane. Richard George right side. F&S Enterprises Energy One Clutch is sponsored Kevin Winters. Winters with an 073 reaction time, looking good there. Red light start for Richard George. Attention in the pits. Eliminator class is running right now. You need to be in lane 2. Hot street, lane 3, please. Kevin Lacey, make that Steve Lacey left lane. Steve Lacey's more famous than Kevin Lacey any day. Steve Lacey, 065 reaction time, red light start on the right side for Tim Parker. Lacey takes it across the stripe with a 10:57 at 123. Big, boisterous burnout. Jeremiah Bell in the left lane, fully staged. And now we're staging up at the right lane motorcycle. And the tree comes down, and here we go. Red light start on the right side. Red light start on the right side, but an 097 reaction time. Jeremiah Bell. 1170 at 93. All right, next pair ready to kick it. Chris Hopp, left lane. Strong power racer here with AMRA. Hopp always in contention. Hopp with a 001 reaction time with a 4. Oh, he is ready to go head hunting. Hopp is currently number 1 in points in top eliminator. And you can see why. You can put an 014 up on that tree. He'd be deadly. Bob Bill in the right lane. Johnny Ard getting ready to put it in the beams on the left side. Wolseley on the right. All E-Class racers, remember, this is Q1. If you haven't made your Q1 pass yet, you need to be in lane 2 right now. Hot street. Lane 3, please. Johnny Ard gets a little out of the groove and slides to the left side with a red light start, but Johnny's fine. He's still hanging on to that left groove in the left lane. Wolseley goes 1178 and 111 on that pass. Mickey Kelly and Ted Farley will be next. Mickey Kelly out of Morning View, Kentucky on a Craft Tech 74. Farley out of Michigan City. Red light start for Farley, 078 on the red. As our next pair pulls up to the line, ready to get at it. Tony Curtis out of Homer Green, Illinois. Red light start in the left lane. Ryan Saffron. 058. Good reaction time on that. All right, our next pair up, Clayton Danford and Bill Harper. Danford in the left lane. Harper on the right side with a 2:03 action time. I see Burt Baker making his way up to the starting line on the left side. Keep an eye on things. All right, E-Class is starting to wind down. Hot Street, you should be in lane 3. Super Pro 1030 class, Super Pro 1030, this is your first call for lane 4. Super Pro to lane 4. Jason Harvey out of Middletown, Ohio on the right line. He goes down there at 12:24 at 106 in the right side. Scott Lerg out of Lansford, Michigan in the left. And our next pair is coming up. That's Chris. Chris Ussery of Bulldog Racing in the right lane. Chris Ussery crossed that finish line up on that big end. 11:38 at 114 miles an hour. And our next pair is ready to rock and roll. Matt Hawkins is in the left lane. CC Bad Betty Hawkins, Energy One Clutches and S&S Cycle, helping to sponsor the efforts of Matt Hawkins out of Morrow, Illinois. Hawkins, a very popular racer here at AMRA. He's been at it a long time. Hawkins making his way down there very well. He's in the right groove of the left lane. Hawkins goes across the stripe at 11:33 at 118. Hot Street, you should be in lane 3. Super Pro 1030. Lane 4, please. Super Pro 1030. Red light start by Mike Wallace of Indianapolis, Indiana in the right lane. He went red with a .263. Robert Stitz in the left lane out of Rockfield, Kentucky. Brings it across the stripe with a 13:45 at 113 miles an hour. Bill Grove and Jeremy Hall will go at it next. This is E-Class. Q1 for E-Class in progress right now for Eliminator Class. William Grove out of Dallas, Georgia. Red light start, something's not right, and he gets a little bit sideways and takes it easy. Something is not right for Mr. Grove's bike. He is, he's advancing from a slow roller to a fast roller. In the meantime, Jeremy Hall, Catawba, North Carolina, with a 1999 Sportster. He had no 84 reaction time, an 11:97 elapsed time at 110 mile an hour pass. And we still have one bike in our left lane. Bill Grove rolling a little bit slow there, but he's going to make it. And our next pair is launched. Larry Stevens out of Erie, Pennsylvania. Sponsored in part by HPI, Zippers, CR Oils. Stevens comes across the stripe out of 1092 at 120 miles an hour. Next pair up, Derek Julian Johnston in the left lane out of Toledo, Ohio. And Daniel Wilson of Ohio in the right lane. Wilson out of Rossford has a red light start. That 039 light looks very good on Derek Johnston. And our next pair is cocked and loaded, all ready to go. Pre-stage in progress. Courtesy staging is always called for in these races. It's a sign of professionalism and courtesy. One racer pre-stages, the other racer will pre-stage, then they both fully stage, and then they get at it. Larry Gilson out of Dalwegak, Michigan. Larry in the left lane on the big end stripe. Goes 11:44 to 111 miles an hour. Hot Street, you are going to be running very shortly here. You should be in lane 3, ready to go, Hot Street. Super Pro 1030. I need you to lane 4, please. Super Pro 1030. Keith Reynolds out of Eau Claire, Michigan. HB Painting, Gilson Cycle sponsoring his efforts. And speaking of sponsoring efforts, this is E-Class Racing sponsored by Baker Drivetrain. And our next pair is ready to go. Chris Motley out of Fairdale, Kentucky. And Coleman Geringer out of Elkhart, Indiana on the right side. Coleman up there going across the stripe with a 1066 at 128. With a 1369 in the left line. Remember, this is E-Class Racing. These are dial-in racers. Right now, there's no handicap racing going on because this is qualifying. We're in the middle of the Q1 session of the Baker Drivetrain E-Class Q1 session. John Schneider with a very good hard launch. Tyler Stringer in the right lane. Tyler 008 with a 4 for a red light start. So close to killing it on that tree. And it's the Austin Hughes Chad Trainer show. Chad Trainer in the left lane out of Lexington, Kentucky. CC Patrick Bowman, Shade Tree Racing. 7 Sharper, Smokey's Garage, Manuidiak, Harley. Austin Hammerhead Hughes in the right lane, pulls that front tire up a little bit, sets it right back down. And the Hammerhead man making his way down the right lane. Those two guys are ready to go at it for real, and I'm sure you'll see that this weekend. Remember, this is qualifying sessions. And this is the first of 3 qualifiers. Bryce Creek in the left lane out of Needham, Indiana. Farm Gang Racing. Beautiful launch. That bike just pops the front tire up about 3 inches off the racetrack, sets it right back down, and he goes straight as an arrow every time. Very predictable racer. He's very tough to beat. 11:32 at 113 miles an hour for Bryce Creek. Don White out of Markham, Illinois. 13:59 at 99 mile an hour. All right, Hot Street should be coming up next. Hot Street will be rolling out of lane 3. Super Pro, you should be loaded up in lane 4. Street Bagger, this is your first call. Street Bagger. I'm going to need Street Bagger to lane 5. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. We have Q1 in the books for Eliminator class. Hot Street is getting ready to begin their Q1 right now. Super Pro 1030, you're only moments away from your first Q1. So please be ready for that. Xtel Cylinders sponsored Hot Street Racing in progress right now. Jeremy Wilson out of West Unity, Ohio is in the right lane. Ian Fix, Bluegrass, Iowa in the left lane. Beautiful motorcycle. Okay, this is heads up Hot Street Racing. .1011 looks very good on Jeremy Wilson. He's going to be liking that. And 10:41 for Ian Fix on that pass. Super Pro 1030, Super Pro 1030, you need to be in lane 4 right now. Street Bagger, second call. Street Bagger, you will have a lane 5 lane assignment. All right, Joe Peterson out of Wilmington, North Carolina, going to take on Jason Crisp here. Jason Crisp with that 141 Motorcycles monster. And what a monster it is. He wheelies slightly and he is gone. Jason Crisp putting a real crisp pass on out there. Oh, look at that. 885. At 146 for Jason Crisp. Joe Peterson, 1119 at 120. Clayton Danford now, out of Talmadge, Ohio in the right lane. LA Alterations, TBR Fab, Xtel Hogwarts. Wes Johnson left lane. Danford is away, and he is hauling the mail. Danford takes it across the stripe with a 928 at 138. He's going to have his work cut out for him trying to handle Jason Crisp. All right, our final pair of Hot Street has made their way down the racetrack, and now we are moving on to Q1 for Super Pro. Super Pro 1030 class, you should be rolling out of lane 4 right now. Street Bagger, I need you to lane 5. Street Bagger to lane 5. Super Eliminator 1150 class, you are on standby. Okay, Super Pro. This is Super Pro, sponsored by BK Electric out of Smithton, Pennsylvania. They do commercial and residential electrical work. They sponsor this class. Super Pro is an index class. They run on a 1030 number. The racers want to get as close to that number as they can, but not go quicker than. So each racer is trying to run exactly on that number. If they go quicker than the number, they break out. 10:48 there for John Schatz. Gary Berkeley in the left lane with a 10:68. Remember, the magic number they're shooting for is 10:30. Whoever gets closest to that number will be the number one qualifier. Okay, carrying on with the competition here in 1030 class. Robert Mallory and Owen Miller in the right lane. Crazy Miller Racing looking good. He launched straight and hard there. 0:55 reaction time for Robert Mallory. Mallory goes a little too quick with a 10:18. Owen Miller with an 11:08. Now, had that been actual competition in terms of eliminations, Owen Miller would have immediately won that because he did not go quicker than the number. While Mallory went quicker than 10:30, that's called a breakout. He would have been eliminated immediately. Bryce Creek in the right lane out of Needham, Indiana, taking on Steve Lacey. Two heavy hitters, two very good racers. Backwards Performance, Needham Custom Baggers, Perry HD sponsoring the efforts of Steve Lacey. Lacey goes 10:94 at 10:59 for Bryce Creek. Remember, the magic number they're looking for here is 10:30. Street Bagger, you should be in lane 5. Super Eliminator, 1150 class. This is your first call. Street Bagger to lane 5, please. Ian Fix going solo here. Okay, our final motorcycle in 1030 has made way down the racetrack. And we're moving on to Street Bagger. Street Bagger Racing, sponsored by Thundermax. You are coming up to the water box next. Super Eliminator. Let's make that Street Eliminator, excuse me. Street Eliminator 1150 class. Lane 3, please. Street Eliminator 1150 class, Thundermax. Street Eliminator. Lane 3, please. All right, Street Bagger Racing. Nick Boy versus Jimmy Maykrantz. And this is some tight stuff. Matthew Denny's out there on the line. Matty lining up his racer, Nick Boy. And Nick is very capable. Hopefully the bike will behave itself and these guys will have a great drag race. Jimmy Maykrantz out of Houston, Texas, on the Wolf Motors bike. Mutant Motors in the right lane. Jimmy gets away clean. Nice power wheelie in second and third gear. Jimmy is really hauling the mail on this pass. 928 at 144 mile an hour. And Mutant Motors is announcing once again they are in the house and they are ready. There's another great matchup coming up in Street Bagger. Scotty Thompson is going to be in the left lane. And I see Jeff Boudreau out of Woodville, Texas on the right. Scott Thompson, Lafayette, Louisiana, low country racer. And he is a good one. These are both very intense racers, both of them. Tree comes down quick. Their reaction times are pretty close. Boudreau pulling away strong. That Mutant Motors horsepower by Mr. Wolf making its presence felt. And they both run excellent. 1022 by Boudreau. 1033 for Scotty. We're going to see more of that come this weekend, I assure you. Tight racing. Street Bagger is in progress. 1150, you should be in lane 3, ready to go now. 1150 class. Street Eliminator, 1150 to lane 3. Top Eliminator, 930. You are on standby. David Cartwright made a pass there and went 983 at 134. Again, monster horsepower coming out of Mutant Motors in Texas. Oh, Mr. Wolf sure knows how to build a motor, don't he? Thomas Boone out of Kentucky. T. Boone ready to go in the right lane. He gets away clean. Oh, big wheel stand. Sets it down, rolls off gently, comes right back into it. 0:32 reaction time. And Boone is safely across the finish line on the big end. And that is the final motorcycle of Street Bagger. Street Eliminator 1150 deck. Street Eliminator 1150 class, Thundermax. Sponsored by Thundermax. So we are now moving into Q1 for the Street Eliminator. Johnny Ard in the left lane, Kenny Satterley in the right. They are getting ready to get at it. Okay, Ard in the left lane with a good reaction time. Kenny Satterley as well. Now this is 1150 index racing. So they are trying to run right on that number, 1150. .1150 class racing is in progress here with their Q1. Thundermax sponsored Street Eliminator. Chief started down there seeing a little bit of dripping on the racetrack, so he's attending that before he lets that racer stay. A little bit of track maintenance in progress. The staff here at Martin, Michigan has been doing a fantastic job of staying on top of track conditions, giving these racers an excellent racing surface to race on. Ryan Sazafran, left lane out of Homer Glen, Illinois, with an 0.66 reaction time. Straps a good light on Marcus Thurston, who's in the right. And now we have Keith Reynolds and Austin Hughes. Austin Hughes with a towering wheel stand in the right lane. Austin Hammerhead Hughes, 0.66 reaction time. Trucks on down that lane, goes 12-0 at 110. And the Hammerhead man is ready to do battle. Big shout out to all my listeners and viewers online who are live with us on Motormania TV right now. We thank you. And a big thank you to our sponsors for the live feed. Westside Twins, Circle M Ranch, Sam White with the White Lightning Racing Team, Chris Stewart, Top Fuel Harley, Baker Drivetrain, thank you, Mr. Burt, and Sandy Run-Ons and AMRA. These are all our advertising contributors who help make this live feed possible. We thank you all. More action coming your way. Jeremy Hall and Rafael Vargas are staged on the starting line right now. This is 1150 Thundermax Street Eliminator racing in progress. Vargas takes it across the finish line on this one for a 12:41 at 106. John Poet and Jeremiah Dishbell will go at it next. John Poet out of Indianapolis, Indiana. That bike always pops that front tire just up a few inches and right back down onto the racetrack. And John takes that big twin and goes hauling butt down that racetrack. He is a strong performer. Our next pair up, John Bradley, John Schneider as well. Bradley in the left lane out of Ingalls, Indiana. Gold Brick Bar and Grill and Fast Company sponsored him. Couple strong wheelies right off the line, sets it right back down, and he is trucking down the boulevard. John Bradley. They are looking for an 1150 index number. He goes 1197, while Schneider turns in a 1219 performance. Joe Woolsey and Daniel Wilson will match up next. Okay, Woolsey and Wilson. Wilson out of Rossford, Ohio. They both get away clean. Similar reaction times. A little bit of a difference there, but not a lot. Woolsey would take it across the stripe first in 1127, which is a little too quick on an 1150 index number. Top Eliminator 930 class. Top Eliminator 930. I need you in lane 4, please. Top Eliminator. Pro Eliminator, you are on deck. Pro Eliminator, this is your first call. You will be in lane 5. And our next pair. Look at that red light start for Robert Morris. Triple egg 0 with a 7. So for 7 ten-thousandths of a second, he almost had a perfect reaction time. Of course, the bad side is he red lighted and he's all done, but not really, because this is qualifying. This does give the racer the opportunity to, have a red light start, but yet get a feel for that racetrack and how close they can get to the tree without getting too close. We are getting close to the end of Super Eliminator 1150. I think that's Street Eliminator. Thundermax Street Eliminator 1150 class is winding down. Top Eliminator 930, you should be in lane 4. I'm going to put the call out right now for Pro Eliminator 1090 class to lane 5. Pro Eliminator 1090 class, lane 5, please. Next pair making their way down to the racetrack. Robert Stitz out of Rockfield, Kentucky. Red light start. Once eliminations begin, if you see that red eye come up, that racer is all done. A foul start, immediate elimination. Consequences of that in qualifying, like right now, is where that racer is nowhere near the dial or where they need to be. It pretty much drops them to the end of the line in qualifying. Anything but a red light is a good move. Speaking of red light starts, Kevin Winters is all set. Bryce Craik with an 080 reaction time. That'll put him right in the hunt. And he goes 1136 on the 1150 index number. And while he is a little quick right now, Racers generally try to be 2/10 quicker than whatever that index is. They can race the opponent on the big end. That's called taking the stripe. We'll talk about that later. Right now, Chad Trainer, Shade Tree Racing, and Chopper's Man. Chad takes an easy reaction time and leans right into it. He's looking for that 1150 number. And he goes 1150 with a 4, so an 1154 run for Chad is actually a very good number. And 103 mile an hour tells you that he's just looking for the number in terms of the dial. He's trying to run as close as he can to the index. He's not worried about mile an hour. Mile an hour is a measure of horsepower. Mile an hour does not win drag races. Quick wins drag races. Top Eliminator, 930 bikes. You should be in lane 4, ready to run right now. Top Eliminator. Pro Eliminator, 1090. I need you in lane 5 now, please. Okay, we are now into Top Eliminator. Benchmark Excavating. Top Eliminator 930 class. Randy Erdman and Chris Hopp. Now the quick stuff. These are some very powerful, very quick motorcycles. Very similar reaction times, good heads-up starts. 930 is the index. I see a 934 with a 4 for Chris Hopp, which is why he's a class leader. David Dormus and John Schatz go at it next. Pro Eliminator 1090, you should be in lane 5 right now. Pro Eliminator 1090, lane 5. David Dormus, Ed Drury Field Camp Enterprises PGS Cycle. Dormus out of Loveland, Ohio, gets away quickly in that left lane. John Schatz on the right side. Johnny Ever the Battler. 923 for David Dormus. A little quick on that 930 index, but he's where he needs to be. He knows he can take his opponent any time. John Schatz on that one went 1008. Chris Martin of Martin Mechanical having a little something with his bike, but he stepped off, adjusted what he needed to, and he's back on his bike ready to go. Aaron Snyder in the left lane out of Ottawa Lake, Michigan. Daffy's Thirsty Duck sponsoring Aaron Snyder. Chris Martin with a problem in the right lane. The bike stutters and chatters and stops quickly. Didn't quite advance as far as the tree, but he did break the beams under power. He's being backed up right now. and was wise enough to move the bike off of the racing surface. Chris gives a good look underneath his motorcycle to make sure there's nothing leaking out. Something's not quite right. Up on the top end, Aaron Snyder finishes up his pass. He went 10:06 at 137. And Chris Martin is wheeling his bike back off the starting line. Pro Eliminator 1090, you should be in lane 5 and you should be ready to rock and roll now. Supergas, first heads up call. Huffman Performance Supergas, you are on deck. Okay, we have just wrapped up Top Eliminator. Top Eliminator is done with their Q1. We are now on 1090 index class. Pro Eliminator. All right, our next pair, Larry Stevens just made his way down the left side. Larry out of Erie, Pennsylvania. Sponsored in part by HPI and Zippers. Went 1095 on that pass, looking on that 1090 index number. When you hear me talking about index racing, for this example, 1090, the racers are trying to run exactly on that number. 1090, so they want to see 10.90 up on that scoreboard. They can go a little slower than that, but they cannot go a little quicker than that. Anything quicker than 1090, and that's a breakout pass, would immediately disqualify the run. However, right now we're working in qualifying, so that 1089 you see up there, that's too quick. But the 1092 would have won that pass if they were in eliminations, which they are not. This is Q1. There are 3 qualifying sessions, and what they want to do right now is they want to get as close to that number as they possibly can. And whoever gets closest to the exact number, 10.9000, whoever's closest to that will be the #1 qualifier. They get 3 attempts to do it. Someone will get very close to it. There's a 1096 with a 2. There's a good example right there. Matt Hawkins kicking that number beautifully. He's out of Morrow, Illinois. Longtime veteran of the racing community. Desi Masillo was in the other lane. And now it's Bill Grove and Chad Trainer. The heavy hitters just keep coming up. Super Gas 990 racers. Lane 3, please. Huffman Performance Super Gas. If you are racing in that 990 class in honor of Donnie Huffman, bring your bike up 2 lanes, please. Lane 3. We have a slow roller in the right lane there. Chad Trainer had something go amiss on his pass, and he is rolling with a little bit of authority up there. I think he can make it to the turnoff. He may still be under power, but he's past the scoreboard, so he's more than a quarter mile away from me now. And I see Joe Peterson, Steve Lacey ready to rock and roll next. And they are unleashed. Here we go. Lacey in the right lane, Joe Peterson in the left. All right, Bryce Creek in the left lane, Chris Ussery in the right side with Bulldog Racing. Backwards performance. Chris Ussery sponsored in part by Twitch's Stitches, and that's a fact, Jack. Bryce Creek, 11:14 on that pass. 11:26 for Chris Ussery. Pro Eliminator 1090 racing in progress here. Super Gas racers, you need to be in lane 3. Driver Stitch, JJ Stringer. JJ in left lane goes 12:02. All right, coming up on the last bike in 1090, Jeremy Hall in left lane. $10.90 bikes. And let's make that $9.90 bikes. I need you in your lane now. Super Gas 990 to lane 3. You run next. Okay, Pro Eliminator 1090 class is now complete. We've just sent our last bike down the racetrack. Super Gas 990, sponsored by Donnie Huffman and Huffman Performance out of Lakeland, Florida. They will light this track up next, followed by some brief track prep And then the pro show will begin. And we're starting to hear top fuel bikes warming up down in the pit. Whenever you hear the top fuel bikes warming up, you know they're only an hour away from running. They fire their bikes up, they check them for leaks, seat the clutches, make sure the bike's ready, and they shut them off and prep them, and they're ready for business. All right, Kimberly DeShields out of Tennessee. Chad Kaplinger in the right lane. Kimmy with an 014 reaction time straps a light on Chad. And she goes rocketing down that side with a 979. Remember, this is 990 class. Okay, Andy Horn in the right lane. Andy Horn out of St. Louis, Missouri. Women Motorcycle Sales, AH Racing, Superior Waterproofing. Horn with a 1013. Joe Peterson in the left lane. His bike gets a little squirrely on launch. He straightens it right out. They're looking for a 990 number here. Joe goes 10-12 on that. The bike spun pretty hard on the launch. Chad Walshanger in the left lane. Jeremy Wilson with a beautiful launch on that bagger on the right side. That thing leaped right up out the starting line, charged down the racetrack. He went 10-0 on that and a 993 for Chad Walshanger in the left lane. Very good pair there. Coleman Grenzer and John Schatz go at it next. Coleman out of Elkhart, Indiana. John Schatz out of Galesburg, Illinois. Schatz, a long-time veteran, real strong, hard racer. Very reliable, very predictable, very good racer. Grenzer, a no-bar bike, working on this 990 number. 009 reaction time for John Schatz, and he goes 997 on a 990 index. He has announced that he is here, and he is not kidding. The Supergas 990 racers are cutting through the field pretty quick here. Track prep will follow, and then the pro show. Thomas Carver out of Des Moines, Iowa, and Nick West in the right lane. Carver with a 003 reaction time goes 10:04, and a 10:31 for Nick West. Very good pass by both racers. And my next pair is all ready to go. Chris Martin out of Martin Mechanical in the left lane. Robert Alter also up there ready to go. Right.
Okay.
We've got fuel. Yeah. We're going into
All the pro class.
yeah, all the pro classes. We're doing our
Yep. I just wanted to make sure.
sure, absolutely. We're doing track prep and then
Only
modified.
gave back 50 so far.
Well, in that case, you want me to call modified while track prep is in progress?
I want to call all the pro classes together.
I will do that. Mike Best in the left lane right now. This is our final racer in 990 Huffman Performance sponsored Super Gas class 990. Mike Best making his pass down that track. Mike goes 11:38 at 104, and that wraps up our first qualifying session for the sportsman classes. So what we have going on here now, ladies and gentlemen, is some track prep is going to be undertaken over the next 15-20 minutes or so. They're going to freshen up the racetrack. They're putting down a little glue right now. They'll drag it and do all the final touches to make the track just right for the pro show, which will take place within the next 20 minutes. And speaking of the pros, I'm calling all my pros for the pro classes now, which will proceed as follows. Now, on Saturday, our usual Saturday run order is reversed from Sunday. On Saturday, we start with Modified, who's going to come out of lane 4, which will be followed by Pro Bagger. Pro Bagger, you will run out of lane 5. Pro Outlaw, you will run out of lane 2. And then the Nitro classes will happen, which will be Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel out of lane 3. Armin Fur Nitro Funny Bike, you will run out of lane 4. And Mancuso Circle Harley Davidson, that's Circle M Ranch, Johnny. Thank you so much. Circle M Ranch Top Fuel, you're going to run out of lane 5. Again, those are the lane assignments and the run order. We are calling you all to the lanes now so you can take your... Sabato, all of them. There's over 30, 40 years of experience behind their products and their services. So I'm telling you, there's 3 to 4 decades worth of experience behind what they build, how they do it, and whatever services they offer their customers. And to have Zipper's products with us is an honor and a privilege. We're happy to be associated with them. And I'll tell you much the same about the other sponsors as well. Going down the line here with our sponsors in the pro classes, Hawaii Racing, Pro Fuel. Not enough can be said about Johnny Vickers and Hawaii Racing and what they have brought to Fuel Race. I can assure you that when the history books and the annals of racing are solidified for motorcycle drag racing, Johnny Vickers will have a very prominent seat there, because Johnny started building and racing nitro bikes in the early 80s. And as he advanced through the ranks, he went beyond his own competition himself as a racer and used his success and what he found in his builds to found his products that he makes and offers through Hawaii Racing. More importantly, Johnny opened up a nitro school, which for over a decade, almost every pro out there at one time or another has either been through Johnny's school or been subjected to the schooling that came out of Hawaii Racing. There's just so much there. Not to mention the fact that you could have a bike made from the frame up at Hawaii Racing. And the same could be said for Jay Turner and his efforts, which, but before I go there, I need to talk about Armin Furr Racing and his sponsoring of the Nitro Pony Bike class. Armin and his dad before him, Bill. Furr, when it comes to fuel, is legend. There's just no other way to look at it. They have put so much into what they have done over the decades. Now, I remember Bill when he was out there really raising Cain with everybody from the early 90s forward. Bill Furr's accomplishments and his antics as well are the stuff legends are made of, and Bill Furr is a genuine legend. And for his son Armin to be proudly waving the family flag in Nitro Funny Bike as a class sponsor is a big deal. Now in Top Fuel, Circle M Ranch Top Fuel, Circle M Ranch is the home of Johnny Mancuso, and Johnny was a legend and is still indeed a legend of Top Fuel Harley motorcycle drag racing. Johnny raced double engine Harleys, shovelheads, troubleheads, whatever you want to call them. Johnny raced all that and more from the 80s into the 90s all the way into the 2000 millennia. And Johnny and his efforts with IHRA continue on to this day, especially with Johnny sponsoring the class of Top Fuel motorcycle. Jay Turner. Jay is the number one plate holder from last year, and Jay's efforts, Jay Turner Racing in Top Fuel, are once again the kind of stories legends are made of. Jay's stature in the sport is built upon not just his success, but on his effort. And if you were to measure the effort of a man in Top Fuel motorcycle drag racing, and you were to take a good look at it, the best way to do that would be to look at the size of the mountain of broken parts underneath him that brought him to where he is. And if you could see all the parts, and I could almost hear Jay chuckling about it now, how many broken parts have gone through the garage doors and the 55-gallon drums full of connecting rods, pistons, cylinder heads, the amount of scrap metal that Jay has had to generate to gain the knowledge and the skills to be where he is today. That pile would be huge. I'm not exaggerating. He's more than paid his dues to get where he is, and one of the reasons Jay is as successful as he is at Top Fuel motorcycle drag racing is because he's broken on those parts. He's learned what works and what does not work. He knows what to do and what not to do with a build. It only comes from experience. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you, there is no substitute for experience when it comes to Top Fuel motorcycle drag racing. The guys who've broken the most parts and have been around the longest, they're some of the smartest ones out there. Ask Tracy Kyle, ask Mike Romine, ask any of them. They'll tell you the amount of parts, just frightening. Anyway, enough of my rambling about that stuff. We're going to take a break here and let my voice recover so I can get ready for the pro show. Track preparations are in their final stages right now. The track has been sprayed. It's being has been dragged. The buffing and sweeping is in progress right now. And very shortly, we're coming out with the pro show, which is ready to rock and roll. Modified, you should be in lane 4. Pro bagger, you should be in lane 5. Pro outlaw, you should be in lane 2. And then the nitro bikes, Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, Armin Fur Racing Nitro Funny Bike, and Circle M Ranch Top Fuel, lanes 3, 4, and 5 respectively. We'll see you out there shortly. Okay, most track preparations have been wrapped up at this time. There's a few more things we need to do to make adjustments electronically to the classes and the sponsors, etc. So while all that is being done, we're getting ready to get back into it. And the run order when that happens will be modified, followed by Pro Bagger, followed by Pro Outlaw, followed by Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, followed by Arm & Fur Nitro Funny Bike, and Circle M Ranch Top Fuel. With the fuel bikes getting ready to come out here and have a little fun, I thought it would be interesting to share with you some history on the class of Top Fuel motorcycle. As I've done a bit of research over the decades on this class, and the earliest numbers I could find on Top Fuel, which is really just listed as an A fuel bike, in the September issue of 1961 of National Dragster. It was a motorcycle that ran under the banner of Reyes and Nelson, and it was a twin Triumph. Reyes and Nelson twin Triumph. An 1137 at 132.17 mile an hour. And that was in September of 1961. That's the earliest reference for competition that I could find by a fuel bike. Now, it wasn't called Top Fuel at that time. It was just a fuel bike making a pass at Long Beach, which would be Lions Drag Strip, back in 1961. In 62, Jimmy Lineweber, and you know who Lineweber Cams is, of course. Well, Jimmy Lineweber was racing fuel bikes back then in 62, and Jimmy Lineweber had a pass recorded of 1044 at 134.73 mile an hour. The designation for the bike at National Dragster back in the January 62 issue was listed as A/CYC, so it was an A cycle, Class A motorcycle. 1030 at 148.27 mile an hour, and that was in 1962. Clem Johnson lowered the mark in 63, going 1010 at 149.25. So you could see how the fuel was progressing the mile an hour. And back then, when they didn't have tires that could grab the racetrack, they were just basically smoking the bacon all the way down the racetrack. In 1966, there was an official Top Fuel motorcycle recorded number, and it was my first reference finding Top Fuel listed as a Top Fuel bike. That was Boris Murray on the Murray and Cook Top Fuel bike at Irwindale, twin-engine Triumph. In 1970, when they began as a points class with the National Hot Rod Association, that first season, their first record posted for 1970, that was Joe Smith with a 916, and Boris Murray had the mile an hour record at that time at 166.36. So as you could see, the mile an hour just kept creeping up, and it took a while for the ETs to really take hold, but that was more of a reflection of technology for the chassis as well as the tires and of course the clutch, because slipper clutches were just beginning to become a strong reality in 1970, and the days of just dump the clutch, smoke the tire the whole length of the quarter mile, that stuff was becoming a thing of the past by 1969 and 1970. Danny Johnson and both John Gregory played vital roles in clutch technology back then and bringing the Cryoglide type of finger configuration with counterweights into the centrifugal clutch reality back then. And it played a huge role in the 1970s in Top Fuel motorcycle racing. Here's a number for you that you can really hang on to. 1975, Russ Collins. 786. That was with his Atchison Topeka Santa Fe triple. Russ had the record with the 786, and Joe Smith had the mile-an-hour record in 1975 at 182.55. And that was Joe on his double. I think, and I'm pretty sure 1975 was the last year that Joe ran his double with him on it. I'm pretty sure Ron Fringer took over for him with the driving duties after that, because Joe had just kind of had enough by that point. And after that, Russ Collins just stole the show. In 1978, Russ Collins. Now, picture this. October 1978, Russ Collins, 762 at 199.55 miles an hour. Everybody was just flabbergasted. Russ Collins ran that number on 7 October 1978. And now, my friends, as I say, the rest of that is history. So let's change our focus to the history before us here now. We are here with the AMRA and the Michigan Nitro Nationals. And we are getting ready for Q1 with the pro classes. Modified will be the first ones out, followed by Pro Bagger, and then Pro Outlaw, and then into Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, and Arm & Fur Nitro Funny Bike class, and Sickle M Ranch Top Fuel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Pro Show is now underway. Pro Outlaw has been called to the water, and the Pro Outlaw bike's going to run right now. All right, here we go now. Pro Outlaw racing in progress. Billy Doherty be in the left lane, Dwayne Gee in the right side. We are in Q1 for the Pro Show. Left side, Billy Doherty. And I'll tell you, that yellow banana he's on right now, that's a yellow bullet. That thing is a monster. Dwayne Gee out of Social Circle, Georgia, in the right lane. Billy Doherty out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Doherty away quick, and he is on a number. Dwayne giving chase, and he's right on him. They are making a strong push up there. Dwayne gets across the finish line with an 8:64 at 1:57. Something on Billy Doherty's bike was not quite right. It is a consistent 8-second bullet. And whenever you see Billy run something that's not an 8, it's because something was not quite right. Okay, that wraps it up for Pro Outlaw, and Modified is now on the line. Kimberly DeShields in the left lane. Kimmy with an 0.24 reaction time. Okay, Pro Bagger coming out next. Nick Bowie and the Cross. Mr. Crosby Blair in the right lane. Nick in the left lane. Matthew Denny's out there on the starting line, ready to line his guy up. And Nick is more than capable of getting whatever this bike will give him out of it. He is a very skilled bagger racer. So is Crosby Blair. Cros has been racing drag bikes for decades. Various classes, too, from your average everyday sportsman stuff to the pros. And this is Pro Bagger, and this is a tough class. Crosby waiting patiently for Nick to catch up. Cros is more than ready to go in there and pre-stage, but he's waiting for the other racer to catch up, which he has done. This is professional courtesy at its best. And Crosby goes in and takes the first light. Crosby Blair is now pre-staged. Nick Bowie as well. And now it's anybody's light. Cros goes in all the way. Nick Bowie. Cros pulls the trigger too quickly. And Nick Bowie has a problem with his bike. Now, all right, so Nick Bowie has an incomplete on his. He did break the beam under power, but something's not right with the motorcycle, so they're backing him out. And Burt Baker will run next. This is still pro bagger class. All right, pro bagger continuing on here. Shannon Porby in the left lane, Burt Baker in the right. All right, now my racers are cocked and loaded, and here we go. Burt Baker with a power wheel stand. He gets it under control, but he got to get out of the throttle because he was drifting right to left on that. Had he stayed in it, he would have taken out a cone, which he did not do. And Burt had a really good reaction time in that as well with an 098. So Burt and Shannon will get their bikes off the track on the top end. They're both rolling a little slow right now. And our next pair of pro baggers are pulling up with Scott Thompson in the right lane and Chad Walsinger out of Battle Creek, Michigan in the left side. Chapel services tomorrow morning with Races for Christ will be over at the Breezeway at 9 a.m. by the concession stand. All right, bagger racing. Scott Thompson gets away a little too quick. Red light start for Scotty. And in the left lane, Chad Walsinger with an incomplete pass. He's coasting. Something went wrong on the bike on his way down the racetrack. And pro bagger qualifying continues. This is Q1 for pro bagger. Cole Sellers and Jack Espinal next. Cole is a very, very talented bagger racer. I've seen him carry that wheel half racetrack. Cole's bike bogs a little bit and slows down. Jarrett gets away strong and quick. 576 at $125 in the eighth for Espinal. He goes 896 at 148. Sellers an 1104, 107 on that. He will not be happy with that, but they know what to do and make adjustments. That'll happen. what you're seeing is the auto rotator with multiple drag slicks in the back of it. And there's an awful lot of science involved in this. You see that the tires that they're using to rotate on the track and lay extra rubber down with, that's the same tires these guys use on their drag bikes, which are mighty expensive, I might add. But the most important thing is they're laying down the same rubber on the track that they race with on the race bikes, and for the cars, of course, when the cars are in the house. And it's that rubber and that combination with the glue that makes the adhesion possible. So the tire rotator, once it's done, they'll probably sweep after that. But we are not that far away from nitro being burned on the racetrack. And I do have my staging lanes right now full of nitro bikes. And I'm going to put a shout out right now of a heads up, if you will, for my sportsman classes. I am not calling my sportsman bikes into the lanes at this time, but I want to make it clear to my sportsman racers, Eliminator, when you hear Top Fuel begin their Q1 session, once Top Fuel begins Q1, I will begin calling you. And you are going to return to lane 2 at that time. Earlier, we put a shout out to for a racer in need. Stubby Holtman needed a rocker box mount for his rocker arms. One of his broke, and a big thank you to Patrick Blakely of Applegate, Michigan. Patrick Blakely had the component that Stubby needed, so Mr. Holtman was able to get his fuel bike prepared and ready. And Stubby's going to be out there this round. He just came up in the tower in his leathers with a big grin on his face, and I'm happy to see that. This is one of the great things about motorcycle drag racing as a sport. Everybody is ready to help other people. It's very common. Even competitors in the same class, I've seen them give up parts and get beaten by those parts. This is that kind of a sport. It's a wonderful sport. With the bikes that are coming out, you're going to be hearing from us up here in the tower with the Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel bikes and the Arm & Fur Racing Nitro Funny bikes and the Circle M Ranch Top Fuel bikes, but you might be curious, what are some of the differences between the classes? Now, the Pro Fuel bikes that will be coming out first, the Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel bikes, they're limited to 122 cubic inches of displacement. They can't build the motor any bigger than that. They're also limited in that they have to run a carburetor, and they're only allowed to run one carburetor. There's some significant rules involved here in an effort to keep things down on the cost side, because you'll see as you get into Pro Fuel bikes, which you go from Pro Fuel bikes to Nitro Funny bikes up to Top Fuel, the cubic inches grow exponentially. So do the speeds, so do the expenses of the classes. So the Pro Fuel bikes are 122 cubic inches, no transmission. They are direct drive. They have a carburetor. There's no transmission. And they generally run an 11-inch tread tire in the back. Now, Arm & Fur Racing, which is sponsoring the Nitro Funny Bike class. Nitro Funny Bikes, they can be built up to 153 cubic inches for a high gear bike, or if somebody wanted to use a power adder, for example, supercharging something like that, then they have, that limits their cubic inches of displacement. They could build only as large as 135 cubic inches if they were going that route. More often than not, you will see Nitro Funny Bikes directly fuel injected. They can run 690s at 206, 209 are not uncommon. I've seen Nitro Funny Bikes go as quick as 6. I don't know if I've seen a 60, but I know I've seen a 70. And I know I've seen speeds in excess of 226 miles an hour for Nitro Funny Bike. So they get up there. And then when it comes to Top Fuel, the Top Fuel motorcycles, they're required to run a motor that's somewhere between a 45 and 90 degree configuration. And they can build up to 200 cubic inches. This morning I happened to be down in the Romine racing pits, and I was admiring and at the same time kind of chuckling to myself one of the spare motors in the Chris Stewart Racing trailer there, because I know I was looking at a 196 cubic inch motor. It's a 5x5, so if you can imagine a 5-inch diameter piston with a 5-inch stroke, a 5x5 motor is 196 cubic inches, and those are pistons the size of coffee cans going up and down in those jugs. It's just enormous. And to think that these motors put out in excess of 1,000 horsepower in the Top Fuel bikes is just staggering. It really, really is. And the potential for metal carnage, which we don't ever want to see, but it does happen. You have to understand that if you've got a 1,000 horsepower motor and it's 2 cylinders, if for some reason one of those cylinders is not firing, that's a 500 horsepower imbalance. So you can quickly understand how these motors are always on the edge, and even more so for the Top Fuel bikes. And where I'm going with that is if you hear a motor, you see a bike light the tire, they're going to get out of that throttle quick because they don't want to damage it. And I'm hearing some nitro thunder in the background here, and they are my song. Let's take a look and see who we have. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Bad Apple Racing is about to bring it. And that's what Bad Apple Racing is known for. Mary Dangro, our #1 points leader in the class, is twisting that throttle right now. And I'll tell you, this little lady can drive that bike like anybody. And I'll tell you, anybody who's got to race her has got their hands full. She is really, really good. And you'll see why I said that. That is Tracy Kyle, who just placed Mary in her launch spot. And if this looks like a smooth operation, you're right, it is. Bad Apple Racing has got their stuff in a pile. They know what to do. Mary right on that throttle. And she handles that thing like a pro. The bike made a little move to the left, but she brought it right back into the groove and still goes 727 at 169 miles an hour. Anytime you can see a Pro Fuel motorcycle run 720s or quicker, that is a championship contender. And that's why Mary is #1 of points right now. She made no practice runs this morning. She didn't need to. She doesn't need to. She knows exactly where that bike is at. Tracy's tune-up was right there. You are looking at poetry in motion with violence and V-twin. That was beautiful. We'll see more of that, too. Let's see who we got next. right, my next pair up. This is Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel. Johnny Jenkins is getting ready to bring it out there in the right lane. Kurt Sexton will be in the left lane. This is Pro Fuel, and this is Q1 for Pro Fuel. These motorcycles have one carburetor. They are not allowed to go any beyond that. It helps keep a lid on the cost of racing, which is substantial anytime you deal with a nitro bike. All right, you know, right away dealing with nitromethane, you're talking about $35 a gallon. And these Pro Fuel bikes carry anywhere somewhere between 1 and 2 gallons. But because they've got a carburetor, there's no fuel pump. And that nitromethane is normally held in a wedge-shaped tank right under the nose in front of the handlebars. You see that aerodynamic fiberglass windbreak that's in the front of the bike. They all have this kind of a wedge approach to it. And that's there to help break the wind for the pilot, but it's also there because that's what a fuel tank is. It's located up high right in front of the handlebars because you have to gravity feed the carburetor. And the carburetor on the V-twin configuration, because of the way they're designed, the carb is already located kind of high in terms of its center of gravity in the bike. So keeping the fuel tank above it is necessary because fuel pumps are not allowed. It's a gravity feed operation. This is old-time racing with a modern twist and a whole lot of power. Kurt Sexton out of Benton, Kansas. Johnny Jenkins from Florida. Johnny's in the right lane. Kurt Sexton in the left. Kurt Sexton's bike, that red, white, and blue monster you see down there, Kurt always has that bike tuned tight. He's a championship contender every time he comes out. Johnny Jenkins. John is currently sitting number 2 in points in Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel. All right, Kurt is ready to rock and roll here. They're both pre-staged. Kurt goes in all the way. Johnny's in now. Here comes the tree. Let's have some nitromethane violence, shall we? Sexton away first. Great reaction time by Kurt. And he's going hot and true in the left lane. Kurt Sexton, 755 and 165. And Johnny Jenkins with a 773 at 152. In terms of Pro Fuel racing, Pro Fuel bikes, you want to see a number 750 or quicker whenever they possibly can. They always look for that baseline when they first come out. It's not too often you see teams come out and swing for the fence right and go for those low numbers. Anything 750, 740, 730, somewhere in there. The 730 would be a very stout pass. That 728, that run that Mary made was just wow. They made a statement with that. They are here to win, and they're going to. And if you want to beat him, you're going to have to beat that number. So Mary and Bad Apple certainly set the bar high right to begin the session. Brian Conley and Jimmy Martin next. Brian Conley, the kid. It's actually Brian Conley Jr. if you want to get technical. But Brian is a very talented racer. Brian came up strong through the gas ranks. He's earned his stripes. He's earned his way. He's been doing his nitro apprenticeship. And every race he gets stronger and better. It's Brian's dad out there helping line him up right now. Jim Martin out of Palestine, Illinois. He's won Pro Fuel championships multiple times with multiple sanctions.
He's an old warrior and a real good one. All right, here we go. Martin away strong. His tune-up is right where he wants it. 784 at 158 for Jim. And 817 at 156 for Brian. Brian has been going quicker and faster each time out. He will continue to push that. He's new to that bike. He's probably got less than a dozen passes on it so far, but he's doing very, very well with his Nitro apprenticeship. Hot Rod Carlisle taking the seat for the Blair family. I can hear the bikes in the water, but from my position here in the tower, I can't see them until they clear the water boxes. Kenneth Holtman, that is Stubby in the right lane. He got his repair done in time. And Hot Rod Carlisle is here in the left lane. There's Harriet. And there's Al. The Blair family is out there. They are ready to rock and roll. Hot Rod will do a good job in the seat of that. He knows what's going on. Holtman out of Mays, Kansas. Hot Rod Carlisle, left lane with the black motorcycle. Stubby's in all the way. Here comes Hot Rod. They're holding those throttles wide open. Stubby getting a little ahead of him out there. And takes the stripe, 782 at 167. Very good pass for Mr. Holtman. Hot Rod took that bike down the line, 774, 161. Let's see who we got next. The Fuel Ballet continues here at Martin, Michigan, with the Nitro Nationals in progress. Greg Baugh makes it a point as the director and leader of AMRA to stand between the fuel bikes and be sure both teams are ready before either team fires. He gives the call to fire up. It's just part of this ballet. And the call has been given. I see Al Ballas down there. Al's in the right lane. I can't see the other bike, but I do know that that's Kyle Rogers. Kyle Rogers out of Rockford, Illinois. The gray and black Pro Fuel bike in the left lane. Al Ballas out of Rockford. He's in the right lane. These guys know each other, I promise you. A couple Fuel brothers. Right on that light, both of them. something not right with Kyle's bike. He tags the wall in the left lane, comes to immediate stop. The ambulance is going to roll. I'm sure he's. Yep, they're going to attend him right now. So while emergency services do their job out there, we're going to take a break and let everybody do their job. So stand by and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
toss and turn. Yeah, yeah. I wake up and I repeat. It's only me that I can be. I might drop a song or beat. Look, go, 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 on the rain. Go, 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 giddy up. Go, 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 have some fun like you can't do what I do. No, 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 you can't not first and you're last. Life is a race, don't you lag. I get a bag and I stack. The reason I taxed was not cause they needed me. Got all of mine equally. I see what they need from me. Blood, sweat, and tears from the frequency. Now you believe in me. Cheers for me. Give me the loot. Might lose some battles, but winning the war. I get knocked down, I get back up. Get up and go, I stay ready for more. Go to the top, so I level the score. Never gon' quit. Heard you seen some, but you never seen this. Bet on myself 8 times, no trick. Give me the loot. Word on my palm at the top of the game. Still unashamed, no one to blame. Took all the L's and I rose in the pain. Can't have the sun without seeing the rain. And it rained down.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now I can give you an update on where we're at and where we're going with the program from this point forward. We had an unfortunate mechanical mishap out there that led to the racer needing to get over to the wall and get his bike off the racetrack as quickly as he could. And unfortunately, in the process, he managed to tag the wall. And there's been some significant metal carnage to the bike, as you can see. But the good news is the racer himself has given us a thumbs up, and he's okay. He is not leaving the facility at this time. The ambulance is not leaving the facility, I am told, at this time. So we are all copacetic in terms of having all our equipment and personnel where they need to be. And the long and short story of this is we're getting right back to racing right away. We have Nitro Bikes, of course, still in the water box and the lanes ready to go. We are in the middle of Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel qualifying Q1. We're well into the field, but there are still a few Pro Fuel bikes back there paired up, all ready to fire. So in short order, you're going to hear the Nitro come back. You've already done a check on the racetrack and done a quick prep. And I'm told that we will resume racing here straight away very soon. All right, as you can see, our chief starter has already headed back to the starter box. And I see a thumbs up from him down there. And that means we're going to be racing real quick. Okay, we are moments away from the next fire up. I see Lauren Potter down there getting ready to mount up. And the Rockstone himself, Rocky Jackson, he's ready to go. Gascoon Ass Racing will be Rocky Jackson. He's going to be coming out in the left lane with the Bandito Racing Team, Buffalo Wild Wings from Lafayette, Louisiana, Baker. So another low country racer. Rocky Jackson has been racing a very long time. And I remember when Rocky brought his Pro Fuel and Nitro Funny Bike into championship racing with Man Cup many years ago. Rocky was champion 3 years in a row back then in Pro Fuel. And Rocky has always been and will always be a crowd favorite. He is one very cool dude, and he is just endlessly entertaining and hilarious. So the Rockstone, Mr. Rocky Jackson, he's going to be in the left lane. Lauren Potter will be in the right lane on what was formerly John McConnell's bike. John has sold the bike, and the Potter family now own it and race it with Potter Racing. So Lauren and his wife, Christy, they're getting ready to bring some noise your way. And it sounds like Greg Ball, the president of AMRA, has given the signal, and the thumbs are up. And I hear Nitro Thunder warming up in the water box. Sometimes when they're warming the bikes up, sometimes they use methanol or a combination of to actually get the bike going, but once it's running, it's nitro. And when I say nitro, it is very, very common in the pro fuel community to just simply do what's called tip the can. That means you're running straight nitro right out of the drum. Very common practice in today's pro fuel racing world. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel Thunder coming your way now. Potter in the right lane, Rocky Jackson in the left lane. We're going to bring you some Nitro Thunder here and now. Pretty sure we got at least 2 more pairs of Pro Fuel bikes right after Rockstone and Lauren get at it here. All right, pre-staged, fully staged. Here comes the tree. Lauren gets a little loose, but straightens it out. He's pulling it back into the groove, but he let up on the throttle in order to get his bike in the groove and keep it there. Jackson goes straight down Broadway and puts up a good number, he runs a 768 at 167 miles an hour for Rocky Jackson. And Lauren Potter completes his pass as well. Lauren has turned off the track. Rocky Jackson as well. We're ready for our next pair. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel action continues here. So this will be Louis Sansone and Joe Matthews. Al Ballas and the Nitro Bums racing team, which can be located in the pits about halfway down the pit on the right side. Al's got quite the team, and that is Al Ballas behind the starter box, watching 2 of his guys going out there to get at it. Louis has been doing great on the Angry Birds bike. Man, I love that thing. And he is out of here. Whoop, some come off the bike. So he's shedding parts on the racetrack. It still goes 8.0 at 156 miles an hour. Track services will be sending the machine down there to fetch those parts straight up. We'll get ready for the next pair. right, the bike parts that were shed by Louis Sanson's bike going down the racetrack have been recovered. There's also been a little bit of liquid leakage out there, which is being attended by the track team right now. So they're going to have to do a brief manual cleanup on a couple spots. And once they get those cleaned up, we'll get right back to it. We've got at least 2 more Pro Fuel bikes in the water box ready to be fired up. So Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel will continue. And that is Rocky Jackson on the return road coming down the right side of the racetrack. That is the Rockstone himself. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel action continues. We are getting back to it here in Pro Fuel with Darren Brinkman, the old Johnny Vickers Terminator bike. Sam White is ready to race, and he is right behind Darren. So we'll see these two magnificent machines back to back. T1 and T2. This is T1, the first Terminator bike. If you look at the bike up close, down in the pits, get a good look at it, you'll see the Terminator motif to the wrap that's on it. It's a beautiful bike. All right, Darren ready to make some noise here. He is out of Clearwater, Florida. He's part of the Sam White racing team. White Lightning Racing, as they are known. Darren drops the hammer on that. good pass, keeping it in the left groove of the right lane. Goes 840 at 134. He has an uneventful shutdown. Everything's looking good on the top end. He'll make that turn off, no problem. Sam White in the on-deck circle. So the Nitro Funny Bikes are on deck. They'll be rolling out next. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the T2 bike, the Terminator 2 bike. This is Sam White of White Lightning Racing. Sam is getting ready to go out there and show you what White Lightning is all about. He made close note of that 720 pass by Mary. And he knows that if he's got any chance at all of advancing in the point series, he's going to have to take it up a peg or three. That is Sam White, ladies and gentlemen, with the #1 plate on it from last year. Champion in the Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel Racing class from last year. Sam is certainly making a name for himself and a status within the fuel community. He's been running stronger, quicker, faster year after year. He's got a top fuel bike in the works. Sam gets off strong, but something was not quite right there. The bike came up, and it normally does hike the front wheel up there at that point on the racetrack, but something happened that Sam dropped the front wheel, which may have been something that the bike did or whatever the malady may have been. It's an unusual situation for Sam to have a pass like that, but it happens to everybody, especially when you're racing nitro. Nitromethane can be very, very volatile, and there's so many different things that can go wrong out there. For nitro bikes to run smoothly, they're only happy in a very narrow band. We'll talk about that more maybe later today, if not tomorrow. But right now, we're going to concentrate on the racing. So that is our final bike in Pro Fuel. We are now moving on to Arm & Fur Racing Nitro Funny Bike. All right, I see TK headed for the starting line, so that tells me Cameron Gunter's coming up next. Whenever you see Tracy Kyle out there, he is the leader of the band when it comes to Bad Apple Racing. Jordan Peterson out of the Romine Racing ranks, racing for Chris Stewart. It's Chris Stewart Racing Top Fuel Team. They have bikes in Top Fuel. They have bikes in Nitro Funny Bike. They have bikes in Pro Fuel. If you want to talk fuel racing, Chris Stewart Racing is a great place to talk about it. Cameron Gunter in the left lane. Jordan Peterson on the right side on the mosquito control. All right, here we go. Cameron hits the throttle and launches in the left lane. And something didn't feel quite right for Cameron, so Cameron aborted his run about 100 feet out. Something was not right with the Jordan Peterson bike, and Jordan shut it off on the starting line, and they are rolling that one back. And we will continue on with qualifying here in the Arm & Fur Racing Nitro Funny Bike Series. Okay, that's all in Nitro Funny Bike. Those two bikes are the sum of that one. And we are now moving into Circle M Ranch Top Fuel Motorcycle. Our first pair out, Buddy Johnson's going to take the left lane. Johnny JT Toth will take the right lane out of Twilight, PA. JT's Auto Cycle, J Turner Racing, BK Electric, Benchmark Excavating, Thundermax, PPG, and the Babe, all sponsoring Johnny's effort. So you'll see Johnny JT Toth, we all call him JT. He's going to be in the right lane. Buddy Johnson on that blue top fuel bike will be in your left lane. And man, what a beautiful motorcycle that thing is. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't had the opportunity yet, once the top fuel bikes run, I would strongly recommend you go down into the fuel bike pit area, which is directly behind the tower here, and take a look at some of these monsters when they, while they service the bikes. It's your one opportunity to see the immense size of the engines, the components, the flywheels, which are really crankshafts, forged crankshafts at that, rather expensive and sizable. But to see these motors up close when they take them apart and service them, if you are a real gearhead and love motorcycles, you'll love what you see. Enormous 14-inch rear tire treads. It's like a living room chair, the rear tires on these big top fuel bikes. Go on down in the pits and check them out. Attention in the pits. Eliminator class. Lane 2, please. First call, eliminator class to lane 2. Buddy Johnson out of Blanchester, Ohio, in the left lane on that blue motorcycle. And it is a gorgeous bike. Hope you get to see it up close. Johnny Tosh, JT, his bad self, is in the right lane. Both of these racers will be looking for a 6-second elapsed time, somewhere north of 200. and they are pre-staged, fully staged. Buddy Johnson's on a good number. JT had a mechanical, something wasn't quite right with JT's bike in the right lane. JT had to get out of it. Buddy Johnson had to get out of his as well. And I'll explain briefly why that is the way it is. With nitromethane, nitro is only happy in a very narrow band. The tire has to hook, the load has to come on the motor, and this generates heat with the combustion cycle because the engine is under a tremendous load. If the load is not there, or if it loses the tire traction, again, the load goes away. What happens is cylinder temperature goes down, your combustion temperature goes down, and without that pressure, they can't combust the amount of liquid that's being injected into the cylinders. If the liquid is present but it's not combusted, it hangs on. While it's hanging on, it's not something you can compress. And that being said, this is how bikes blow the heads off, and this is something we never want to see happen. And in order to prevent that from happening, they get out of the throttle, because if you don't have enough cylinder pressure and you don't have enough heat, you can't burn what you have, so they need to get out of it as quickly as possible. And they do, because that saves the motor and saves parts. Yeah, you're looking somewhere north of a few grand just for the crank, and then the rods, and then the pistons, and then the heads. You can see how expensive this gets if things aren't just quite right. So that being said, aborted runs are necessary, not only to save parts, but cleanup time and stuff like that out on the racetrack. So they're smart. They know what they're doing. Everything they do for a reason, especially in Top Fuel. I remember a photograph I got a good look at a couple of years back of a Nitro funny bike leaving the starting line, and one of the push rods on the intake, for whatever reason, exited stage right, which of course now that negated that cylinder. And what happened was all the raw fuel spit out of the injector stack. And I saw at least a quart of nitromethane suddenly go airborne outside of the bike. It was pretty spectacular. You get to see some pretty cool stuff if you do photography. All right, right back at you with some Circle M Ranch Top Fuel motorcycle action. That is Jay Turner in the right lane, walking towards the starting line. Jay is about to line up one of his crew members, one of his fellow teammates. That's Chris Smith. And Samu Kempinen of Vanta, Finland, left lane. This is Q1, ladies and gentlemen, first qualifier. This is some serious stuff. Nobody's holding back here. Everybody wants to see numbers, real numbers. So Jay went up north there to the starting line to line. Chris lit the tire right away. Samu's tire lit about 100 feet out. And once again, as I mentioned to you earlier, if they lose traction for whatever reason, they're going to get out of that throttle. They're going to get out of it quick. And that's exactly what happened there. Something that plays a big factor in traction with these big bikes, this time of day being as it is, we've had brilliant sunshine the whole time beating down on this racetrack. And because of that, it's the intensity of the sunshine that drives the temperature. Now, I don't have access to thermal readings and track temps for what they are out there right now, but I can tell you now, because of the intensity of the sun, track temps are playing a factor in what's happening right now. Next pair firing up. Jay Turner and Paul Anderson are coming out next. All right, single happening this time right now. Paul Anderson taking it to the starting line here in the left lane. Jay Turner's getting his bike line squared away and getting ready for a solo right after this as well. Attention in the pits. Eliminator class to lane 2, please. Baker Drivetrain E-Class to lane 2. Paul Anderson waxed that throttle. He's on a good run. Bike sounded a little fat there. He's staying right there on the edge of his lane. He pulls that off. His chute comes out clear. 812 at 130 for Paul Anderson on that pass. All right, we still got a half a dozen Top Fuel bikes back there right now. Now that looks good. Hopefully all goes well for all of us. Circle M Ranch Top Fuel. We'll be looking for some numbers up there. Jay Turner is getting ready to come forward. And anytime Jay is out on that racetrack, Jay always brings intensity with him wherever he goes. There's that sweet sound of nitromethane. They are not shy about feeding these motors. All right. Ryan Perry out of Williamsburg, Ohio is in the left lane on the black bike. And that beautiful machine on the right was just dismounted by Jay Turner. Jay says something's not right, take it back. And that's what that's all about. Now in the left lane, Ryan Perry. Ryan is currently tied in points with Samuel Kempinen for the #1 position in championship points for 2025. So Ryan wants to lay down a good number here. He wants that #1 qualifier. Ryan looked very good on that. Made a great course correction down track. Straightens the bike out 668 at 191 miles an hour. And Ryan will be pleased with that as a baseline number. Do understand, ladies and gentlemen, that these numbers are going to be very different next round. Normally, with the Top Fuel teams, they come out and they are looking for what they call a baseline. They put a tune-up in the bike based on the existing ambient conditions, track temperature, air, humidity, etc. And all of that plays a big factor in power. They know exactly how to make the power. What they need to know is when and where on the racetrack, how much power to use or take out of it, and they are very careful about that. The computer doesn't control any of that on these motorcycles. The only thing that a computer does on a Top Fuel bike is gather data, and that's all they're allowed to do. But there are a series of electro-pneumatic timers. The timers themselves, of course, are electrical, but what they do is you can set your timers to engage or not engage at a specific point during the course of a run. The way they do that is it's wired into the throttle, and when they run these bikes down the racetrack, they always go full throttle every time. They snap that throttle open on the launch, and when they snap the throttle open on the launch, it engages the timing system. So once the timing system is engaged, you could have your clutch engagement become greater like every 2 seconds into a 6-second run. So you'd get 3 stages of engagement. I'm not telling you that's what they set them up for. They set them up different every time, depending on what they think is best for the conditions at hand. However, the only adjustments they can make, they have to make what we would call a swag at, which is a scientific wild guess. And it's the best you can do under the circumstances. You've got to look at how fresh is the tire, how sticky is the racetrack, what are the conditions, and you take all that into consideration, and in the end you come out with that swag and you put it to work. My thanks to the E-Class racers who are loading up the lanes over there. I'm glad you're out there and you're ready to rock and roll. We're going to get through these fuel guys straight away, and we're going to get you out there. They will be coming out for Q2. This is Q1, first round of qualifying in the Circle Amaranth Top Fuel Series. I see Casey Joe headed for the starting line, and I know Jordan's right behind, and there he is. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Jordan Peterson. He's about to get his usual kidney punch from Casey Joe. She lets him know that he's ready to go. And there it is. So Jordan's going to do his thing for Chris Stewart, Top Fuel Racing. Jordan is pre-staged. The Mike Romine tune-up is in that bike. And here we go. Jordan started off pretty good, and then you could see it chatter a little bit. And it didn't feel right to Jordan, so he aborted the run. Chatter is a very difficult thing that all Top Fuel teams deal with. There are many factors that can play into it. If you're ever at a racetrack like Virginia or Atlanta, which is no longer available, but when you could be at a racetrack where you could get up high and look down on the racetrack, when you see these bikes chatter out there, that's them breaking loose the tire, but then it grabs and then it doesn't, and then it does, and it lays down a pattern on the racetrack that looks like mushrooms laid on top of each other. Technically, the racers call that tire shake. And tire shake with a Top Fuel bike can be very violent. I remember racers having to wear mouth guards to prevent chipping teeth back in the 90s when the Top Fuel bikes really started to begin having to deal with tire chatter. I know of a photograph from the mid-90s, early 90s really. I bet it was in 94 or 95. This is a shot of Elmer Trett. Elmer shook the tires so bad, the tire pattern on the racetrack looked like mushrooms or big Portuguese man-o'-war shaped prints on the track for about 100 feet. And sometimes the tire will grow out of that and go into full bloom and hook the racetrack and sometimes not. But it's very difficult for the racers, the pilots, to keep the bike in the groove and stay with it, because they never know if it's going to break loose or if it's going to hook. They tend to get a little irritated with a bike when it does this sometimes, and they will just hold that throttle wide open and hammer it. And when the bike does eventually hook up, it gets up on that tire and grows quite a bit and hikes that front tire up, which is something most Top Fuel bikes are known for anyway. And it makes for a great photographic presentation down the racetrack, and also for the crowd. Because when you can watch a Top Fuel bike go trucking down Broadway with that front tire dangling in the air, there's just no prettier sight on a motorcycle than that, especially for a fuel bike. All right, getting back to it. Circle M Ranch Top Fuel motorcycle racing continuing. Jack Romine making his way towards the water box now. I should say starting line. He's well forward of the water box. Nice healthy burnout. Curtis Heisler out of Glasgow, Kentucky. And Curtis is now staged. Actually, he's about to. Drifts to the right, and he gets out of the throttle, but he is away clean. There is no spillage. There's no carnage out there. Curtis will make his way down the racetrack and get to the turnoff up there. And we've got at least two more Top Fuel bikes ready to roll next. All right, we have a couple more fuel bikes that are going to run here. The bike that's coming out right now is licensing run number 2 for Mr. Spence and his team. This being indicated, this will be his second pass ever on a Top Fuel motorcycle. And following that, the Romine Racing, Jordan Peterson Racing, Nitro Funny Bike will make a pass right after Mr. Spence's licensing run. Keep in mind that the licensing runs are very tightly regulated, and when they make a hit, the very first one is make a hit, shut the bike off. The next one is maybe push it to 330, but no more than that. The runs are incremental, and it's designed to be that way for the licensing process. Okay, preparations are looking good there. And Mr. Spence is bringing that big monster up to the line now. Jack Romine is to his right. Mike Romine is to the right front of the gentleman. Samu Kapanen coming up from behind the bike. And here we go. And pass number 2 is now under his belt for Mr. Spence. Peterson Nitro Funny Bike will be next. All right, another Nitro Funny Bike from the Arm & Fur Racing Series, Nitro Funny Bike Series. Jordan Peterson is bringing his bike out right now. Now, one of the reasons we have staggered that is you must understand that Jordan Peterson races in all 3 classes. He races in Top Fuel, he races a Nitro Funny Bike, he can race Pro Fuel as well. There's only so many seats you could fill with your one butt. So, Mr. Jordan Peterson is bringing his Nitro Funny Bike out now. Casey Joe headed for the starting line. Jordan puts the spurs to it. Perfect burnout. So Jordan Peterson is going to close out our Nitro session right now, and then E-Class racing will begin immediately after. Eliminator bikes are all loaded up in lane 2. They're ready to run. Something not quite right with Jordan's bike. And they've shut the bike down on the starting line. And you do not refire a nitro bike like that. So Jordan's bike is now going to be wheeled back into the pits, and we're going to bring out E-Class bike. So ladies and gentlemen, we are about to launch into E-Class racing, sponsored by Baker Drivetrain. Thank you very much, Bert. Bert Baker of Baker Drivetrain, sponsoring the E-Class. The E-Class races are all putting on their helmets, zipping up their leathers. Austin Hammerhead Hughes in the right lane, making his way down there. John Schneider in the left lane, Austin Hughes in the right. Austin Hammerhead Hughes. He is ready to rock and roll. Schneider on the left side, Austin on the right. And there's that wheel stand by Hughes. Austin Hughes, the Hammerhead man, motoring down the right side. He is from Port Huron, Michigan. Old Hammerhead himself with Dell's Contracting. Barn Built Baggers all behind him helping out. Austin Hughes all set with that set. John Schneider, 12:06 at 109. Both bikes are off the racing surface clearly. And Michael Magnuson. Jeremiah Disbro with a red light start. Lance Rogoleski in the right lane. Goes 11:61 at 113 miles an hour. Ted Farley put it in the beams next here in the left lane. He's from Michigan City, Indiana. Corey Van Tol on the right side for Portage. And they get away clean. All right, attention in the pits. Eliminator is running right now. And the lane's looking pretty good. We'll let it get down just a bit, but then I'm going to put the call out for Hot Street. So Hot Street, you are on standby. Ryan Sazafran and Tony Curtis make their way down the racetrack now. Ryan Sazafran from Homer Glen, Illinois. Tony Curtis from Homer Green, Illinois, on a year 2000 Harley Davidson Sportster. And Richard, George, and Michael Horton will take it up next. Horton is in the left lane out of Canton, Michigan. George from Mineral, Ohio. Curtis Heisler coming down the return road on his top fuel bike right now. Johnny Flattop in the right lane. That is John Hard. John Hard out of Indianapolis, Indiana. And Mickey Kelly out of Morning View, Kentucky in the left lane. This is E-Class qualifying here in Q2. What these racers want to see more than anything else is good reaction time. That will help them and certainly get them ready for eliminations, which will begin tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, everybody will get a time trial per usual AMRA run order. They do the time trial thing, then we do the driver's meeting, then we get right into eliminations. But when we get into eliminations tomorrow at 12 noon, the fuel bikes will lead it off. E-Class only will get one time trial tomorrow, one test pass. Chris Motley of Fairdale, Kentucky is in the left lane. Johnny Gilson on the right. Red light start from Motley. Gilson at a .667 reaction time. Steve Lacey out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. Backwards Performance, Native Custom Baggers. He's a hardcore racer. Steve is a good guy. And he races hard. He got a little close on the tree on that one. Daniel Wilson is in the right lane, keeping pace with him. Steve Lacey, 1073 at 124. Daniel Wilson with an 11:44 pass at 111 miles an hour. And we'll move on to our next pair, Scott Lurk. Derek Johnston, left lane. Robin Morris, right side with a red light start. And of course, you'll notice on top of the scoreboard, the lights that come on immediately on top of the board, those are the win lights. While there are no winners and losers in terms of round eliminations during qualifying, these guys keep count on their own. You won't show up in points at the end of the year, but believe you me, it matters to them. Kenny Statterly in the left lane with a red light start. Jason Harvey out of Middletown, Ohio on the right. Statterly with Metro Fleet Repair, Hardcore Cycles, and AA Graphics. Statterly crosses the finish line with a 12.0 at 106. And a 12.07 at 109 for Jason Harvey. As Jeremy Hall and Jeremiah Bell bring it to the line next. Attention in the pits, Hot Street. Hot Street, I need you to lane 3, please. Hot Street. Larry Stevens and Kevin Winters queuing it up on the starting line right now. Larry Stevens out of Erie, Pennsylvania. Kevin Winters out of Richmond, Illinois on the mule. He's leaning off that thing like a fuel bike. F&S Enterprises Energy One Clutch is sponsoring Kevin Winters. Winters crossing the finish line up there on the right side. Larry Stevens turns in a 1089 at 118 pass. And Jeff Luke and Clayton Danforth go at it next. Danforth in the right lane gets off nice and straight. Jeff Luke does a little bit of a right-hand turn, but gets it back under control. And he's taking it down that left lane all the way to the stripe. Comes across with a 1397 at 106. Matt Hawkins doing a very good dry hop there. He's ready to stage that bad boy, put it to work. On that right side, making it to the tower. Tim Parker and Keith Reynolds. Reynolds gets a good tuck in there and really goes after it. His 089 reaction time shows you he is serious, and he is. Reynolds out of Eau Claire, Michigan. Sponsored in part by HB Painting, Gilson Cycle. Larry Gilson on the right lane out of Dowegat, Michigan. Chris Hoppy, left side. And he goes red. Gilson, 101 reaction time. Brings it hard on the top end. 11:28 at 117 mile an hour. Rafael Vargas and Chris Ussery. Hot Street to lane 3, please. Hot Street to lane 3. Super Pro 1030 SB. .1030 class, lane 4, you are on deck. You are on deck. Tyler Stringer in the left lane. Denny Nygran. Red light start for Stringer. Nygran going hot straight and true in the right lane, taking that left groove. He had a red light start on that one. Johnny Bennett, Don White will be next. Bennett out of Three Rivers, Michigan. Goes 12:11 at 106. Jason Brosh. He's our last one. Thank you. Last motorcycle E-Class. Super Pro 1030 to lane 4, please. Super Pro 1030, lane 4, please. Hot Street, you are next. All right, Mr. Brosh, Jason Brosh out of Ypsilanti, Michigan. Beautiful motorcycle he's got there. He flogs it pretty hard, too. Jason Brosh goes 999 at 137.45, and that is the end of Q2. We are in hot. And this is our first pair for Hot Street competition right now. Joe Peterson out of Wilmington, North Carolina in the left lane. Ian Fix. Right? Peterson with a big wheel stand, very uncharacteristic for Joe. The performance cycle bike really had its growth on in that one. Hot Street is rolling out of lane 3. Super Pro 1030, you should be in lane 4. Super Pro 1030, lane 4. Our next pair of Hot Street bikes is in competition here. Jeremy Wilson and Russ Johnson. Russ Johnson gets away quickly. Jeremy Wilson goes 991 at 135 for Jeremy. Jason Crisp and Clayton Danford will be next. This will be our final pair of Hot Street. Super Pro 1030, you need to be in lane 4 right now because you're going to be running next. This is our final pair of Hot Street bikes going down now. Jason Crisp from the left lane, 141 cycles. They are side by side. Clayton is all over him. This is horsepower versus horsepower, and at 871. Big power from Jason Crisp. 871 at 146 miles an hour. He is going to be near impossible to stop in Hot Street. And that wraps up Hot Street Q2. As we move on to Super Pro 1030. Street Bagger, you are on notice. Okay, Bryce Creek and Matt Hauser next. Bryce Creek, looking at that 1030 dial. Hauser in the right lane. They are both looking at the index number, 1030. Bryce Creek goes 1077 at 122. 1032 at 127 for Hauser. Whenever you see an index number up on the scoreboard, for this example, 1030, they're trying to run as close as they can to the 1030 number, but not quicker than. This is Steve Lacey in the left lane. taking on David Dormus in the right lane. 0:01 reaction time for Lacey. Really strapped the tree on him. Went 10:79 on that. David Dormus much closer to the number. He went 10:39 on a 10:30 index number. See, it's the total package on the top end that wins races. How close you are to the number and how close were you on your reaction time. That's what wins races when it comes to sportsman racing. You got to run the whole package. You got to be as tight as you can. Kevin Danford in the left lane, Kaplinger on the right. Kevin out of Akron, Ohio. Sponsored in part with Lisa Danford, LA Alterations, and DBR Fab. As we prepare for our next pair. Street Bagger, I need you in lane 5, please. Street Bagger, lane 5. Street Eliminator, 1150 class to lane 3, please. Street Eliminator, 1150 class to lane 3, please. We are working that 1030 index number right now. And all of the qualifying classes are moving at a good clip now. Everybody's been racing since this morning, and they're in the groove now. There's a rhythm and a speed to the whole thing now. Olin Miller goes red. Ole in the right lane, Robert Mallory in the left. Robert Mallory out of Murfreesboro. Miller out of Bethpage, Tennessee. Street Bagger, I need you in lane 5, please. Street Bagger, right now. Johnny Schatz in the left lane. He gets off right on time with an 0:49 reaction time. Berkeley went red. Schatz on the big end. 10:24 with a 9. John is ready for battle in 10:30 class. He's always ready for battle. John Schatz has been motorcycle drag racing for a very, very, very long time. And he is very good at what he does. He knows what he expects out of his bike and he knows what he's going to get out of it when it does what he tells it to do. So he's got a pretty good handle on things. And he is very tough to beat. Ian Fix puts a lid on 10:30 qualifying for Q2 here. Fix gets down the big end with a 10:37 on that 10:30 index. And again, clearly he is ready to mix it up with anybody in that class. And that was the final motorcycle for 10:30 qualifying. Street Bagger will be coming out. right, street bagger bikes are pulling it into the beams now. $11.50 class to lane 3, please. $11.50. Scott Tonsu out of Lafayette, Louisiana, and Nick Bowie ready to go at it. They get away clean. Bowie looking good and strong on this one. Nick's been working hard on that bike, and it's finally talking to him. Nick goes 10:32 at 132. Somewhat off pace for Scotty there with a 11:10 pass at 126. Thomas Boone here in the left lane ready to hit it. Last pair of street bagger going down there now. Boone with a 10:75 as these two races wrap it up for street bagger. 11:50 class, you need to be in lane 3 now. You're going to run. Top eliminator, 9:30 class. You are on standby. All right, 11:50 racing happening here now. Thundermax Street Eliminator, 11:50 class. They're rolling out of lane 3. Top eliminator. All right, top eliminator. I need you to lane 4, please. Top eliminator. Rafael Vargas and Tim Parker on the starting line now. $11.50 index racing in progress. Street Eliminator Thunderbacks. Make 'em with the noise. And I see Wolf out there and part of the Texas contingent. As Keith Reynolds and Larry Gilson send it down the racetrack right now. Gilson on the white line in that beautiful motorcycle. Looking for that 1150 index number. He had no 66 reaction time coming up the starting line. And he goes 11:37, which is a lot closer to the index than the 10:96 that Keith Reynolds put up. Denny Nygren of Gratington, Ohio. Kevin Winters of Richmond, Illinois. They take it down the racetrack right now. Red light start for Nygren. Winters with a very good number. 11:45 with a 7. Very close to that 1150 index. Chad Trainer and Sean Clark will mix it up. Chad Trainer out of Stampin, Kentucky. Shade Tree Racing Choppers. Chad has been doing a great job helping, working with AMRA in their tech department along with Bryce Creek. Cannot thank these guys enough for their extra hard work while they're conducting their normal racing program. On the begin, an 058 reaction time for Chad, and he turns that into an 11.63 on that 11.5 index. So he is right in the thick of that. Very close. John Poet, Joey Wosley next. Wolfgang Grasser, the Wolfman, with the long white ZZ Top beard there. Very, very talented engine builder. Talking with his daughter, Winter. Collaborating on something. John Poet in the right lane went red on that reaction, which is unusual for John. He doesn't normally do that. Bryce Creek and Michael Magnuson rolling up next. Magnuson is in the left lane. Beautiful dragster body type bodywork on that bike. Looking very smart. Bryce Creek with a Snortster on the right side. Bryce is out of Needham, Indiana now. He gets a good launch. And he's out there stretching his game. He puts it in the beams and takes that win on that one. He's looking good. He's ready for Sunday. Ted Farley and John Bradley next. Top eliminator, you should be in lane 4. Pro Eliminator 1090 class. Pro Eliminator 1090. I'm going to need you to lane 5, please. Top Eliminator will be coming up here shortly. There's just a couple bikes, and then we'll be able to slide right over to Pro Eliminator 1090 class racing. So we've put them on notice too. It's John Schneider, Robert Stitz are ready to have at it. .1150 index racing continuing here. Something did not happen for Robert Stitz. Not sure what happened on that. But he's backing out of the beams. Top Eliminator, you will be running shortly. Top Eliminator, 9:30. You should be in lane 4. Top Eliminator sponsored by Benchmark Excavating out of Fayette City, Pennsylvania. Your class is coming up shortly. Okay, our last motorcycle in the right lane had some drippage, and a manual quick clean is in progress here. Whenever you see a cleanup like this, typically they use lacquer thinner or sometimes acetone sprayed onto whatever the liquid is on the track to dissolve it and evaporate it very, very quickly. And at the same time, they put the mop to it, and then they'll come back over everything with a little bit of glue, put some spray down, put some sticky back into the track.
My souvenirs will close at 5 o'clock.
Thank you. I need to know that. Thank you very much. All right, souvenir stand here at the racetrack. If you want some swag from this very excellent racing facility, that'll be closing up at 5. So if you haven't made your way down there to get yourself a souvenir, t-shirt, hat, whatever the case may be, whatever floats your boat, go on down there. Be sure to hit the souvenir stand. Thundermax Street Eliminator Q2 still in progress. Next pair making their way down the racetrack, and we're getting thin here, so we're going to be switching it over from 1150 to top eliminator shortly here. Johnny Ard in the left lane. This is 1150. Johnny making his Q2 pass. We got 089 reaction time. He goes 1147 with a 6. Very close to that 1150 number. And we have a little bit of street bagger action coming up here that needs to be attended to. All right, street bagger Jimmy Maykrantz and the Texas contingent. Jimmy hammering that bike for all it's worth. It goes 963 at 142. And David Paco Cartwright, part of the Wolf Mutant Motors crew. He's lined up, and that is the Wolf to the right. The whole crew is there in support, as they always are. David Cartwright is from Evansville, Indiana, and he goes wherever the team goes. Paco with a very good reaction time. He gets off quick there. He is definitely ready for some street bike action. Paco goes 10:06 at 132. Jeff Boudreau next. Boudreau out of Woodville, Texas. And he goes 10:25 at 129. Top eliminator, you should be in lane 4, ready to run. Top eliminator. Okay, it's time for that changing classes once again here. Chris Martin. Hoppy in the left lane, Martin in the right. As we now move into top eliminator 9:30 qualifying. This is Q2 for 9:30. Pro Eliminator, 1090 class, lane 5 please. Pro Eliminator, 1090 class, put it into lane 5 please. David Dormus out of Loveland, Ohio. Ed Drury, Feldkamp, Enterprise Cycles, 0:30 reaction time for David, 0:24 reaction for Randy Erdman. Erdman out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Great runs, both races at 9:39 with a 6 for Randy Erdman. That will bode well for him with his qualifying effort in top eliminator class. Pro Eliminator, 1090. You should be in lane 5. Pro Eliminator, 1090. You should be in lane 5. Super Gas, you are on standby. Hoffman Performance Super Gas, you are on standby. All right, 1090 class. Pro Eliminator 1090 class is now in session. Q2. Joe Peterson out of Wilmington, North Carolina. Performance Cycles, right lane. He really makes a slide right to left on that launch. Still had an 0:87 reaction time. How he did that, I'll never know. and then goes 1094 on a 1090 index. Joe pulled a rabbit out of the hat on that one. Homer Green of Illinois went 1098 on that 1090 index on that pass. Certainly a good number. Joe took him to the cleaners on that one. Huffman Performance Supergas to lane 3, please. Huffman Performance Supergas to lane 3. Desi Malicia out of Muskegon, Michigan. Currently staged in the left lane. Fully staged. Here he goes. Big wheel stand. Big air. If there had been a photographer out there, that would have been a good one. Chad Trainer pulling up to the right side. Crosby in the left. The cross. Chad Trainer, like several other racers, races multiple classes and on different bikes. And it always amazes me how racers can do that. Very impressive. Mad skills. Crosby Bear with a great reaction time and Chad Trainer with a better one. An 0.28 versus an 0.35. These guys are ready to duke it out for real. All they need is the E-Class elimination to begin, and they will really go at it. Supergas 990, Donnie Huffman Performance. Huffman Performance out of Lakeland, Florida. We need you in the lanes. Bryce Creek slides right, points it left, and straightens it out. Racing against Bill Harper. Harper goes 1090 on a 1090. He went 1090 with an 8. Excellent pass for Harper. Now we've got John Bradley versus Larry Stevens. 990 bikes. Lane 3. Larry Stevens out of Erie, Pennsylvania, taking on John Bradley right now. Stevens in the right lane with an 0.71 reaction time, looking very stout. Goes 1095 on that 1090. So he's dialed in. Give him a good reaction time to go with that, and you've definitely got problems. Jim Clark, right lane. Nice hit. 0.66 reaction time for Jimmy. He is trucking down that right lane. And on the big end, Clark with an 11.39 and 11.10 for Jeremy Hall. And that takes care of that pair. Steve Lacey, Kalamazoo, Michigan, and William Grove will mix it up next. William Grove Custom Cycles, DeLonga, Briggs, and Machine Service. Steve Lacey, left side, Backwoods Performance. 093 reaction for Bill Grove. William Grove on the big end. 11-12, 1098 at 108 for Steve Lacey. He was on the brakes because he only went 108 on a mile an hour there, but Steve pulled it right. Clearly he is ready for competition. Chris Ussery and Mike Wallace next. Ussery crosses the finish line first at 11:28 versus that 12:53 for Wallace. The Twitches Stitches bike looking good out there. It's a beautiful motorcycle too. So many of these sportsman bikes are just absolutely gorgeous bikes. If you get a chance, wander the pits and enjoy the hardware. A lot of good stuff out there. Bob Beal versus J.J. Stringer. Stringer time in the right lane. Had an 0:10 reaction time, and he goes 12:28 on that pass. The 10:88 of Bill was much closer to the index.
Last 1090.
Okay?
Last 1090.
Thank you very much. Last 1090 it is. Final 1090 bike getting ready to rock and roll here. I see Mr. Baker down there helping out. Scott Lerg. He's going hot straight chew on this pass. He's looking for that 1090 number. Goes 1085.36. Very, very close to that 1030 number. A little too quick, but the bike certainly performed well on that, as did the driver. A very good number. So that takes care of Q2 for preliminary. Supergas 990, now in progress. Andy Horn and Chad Walsberger next. Okay, that concludes our 990 Q2. So the Huffman Performance Supergas 990 has concluded. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into a little bit of a track prep mode for the next 15, 20 minutes or so. And we are getting ready to bring the Pro Show back out for the next episode. All my pro teams in the pits, you are all on standby right now. Be prepared for your call to the lanes as track prep is now in progress to bring you out for Q2. There right now. We're going to do our birthday shout out again with a happy birthday to John Gilson, number 807 in E-Class, and a happy birthday to Tony Curtis, number 126. Christy Potter, crew member with Lauren Potter, she's his better half. Happy birthday to Christy. And Jenny Worsley, happy birthday as well. To get our birthday shouts out. And we will once again remind you that tomorrow morning for chapel services, Racer for Christ, at 9 a.m. in the breezeway by the concession stand, the building on the pit side. That breezeway, that will be where morning services will be at 9 a.m. tomorrow. And that bark you hear is Fuel Bikes getting ready for Q2 for the Pro Show. As soon as we get close, I'll get back on the mic and let you know. All right, pro classes, all pro classes. I need you to the lanes, please. Modified, come to lane 4. Pro bagger, lane 5. Pro outlaw, lane 2. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel Bikes, come to lane 3. Arm & Fur Nitro Funny Bikes to lane 4. Top Fuel to lane 5, please. Circle M Ranch, Top Fuel to lane 5. Okay, attention in the pits and on the starting line throughout the facility out there. As this next pro session is about to begin shortly, it is very important that spectators and racers be aware that the return road adjacent to the racing surface is sometimes used by the fuel teams returning from top end. This being said, it is vitally important that all spectators and racers be aware that that return road adjacent to the racing surface, that is a live surface area used by the racers on their race bikes. And you need to not be in their way when they are towed back to the pits. Those big heavy bikes do not respond well to quick maneuvers. If you're standing in the wrong place at the wrong time, we're going to have a very bad day. That must not happen. So when you see the pro show begin, and it will in just a few minutes, it is vitally important that all spectators, racers, and fans, if you are anywhere on the return road adjacent to the racing surface, there are going to be some pro bikes towed back there, and you must not get in their way. That is very important. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Pro Show. We're coming back to you. Modified is coming to the line right now. This is Q2. George Foots in the left lane with a red light start. Russ Johnson on the right side. Floor racing bike. Beautiful, beautiful bike. Goes 943 to 138. And our next pair is coming up. Although this is a competition single, I believe. All right, so this will be our third and final qualifying contestant in the modified class. This is Kimberly DeShields. She is pre-staged now and fully in, and there she goes. Very quick on that light. 009 reaction time. Kimmy goes 9:51. At 138 miles an hour for Kimberly DeShields. She is out of Talmadge, Ohio. Pro bagger coming on now. Chad Walshanger of Battle Creek, Michigan. Walshanger in Pro Bagger. And our next pair of Pro Bagger bikes are lining up. I see Burt Baker in the left lane and Shannon Poor in the right. Pro Bagger qualifying now in progress. Shannon Poor out of Newcastle, Indiana. Shannon away first, looking good on that start. But he did go red rather noticeably. And an 043 reaction for Burt. Just coasting on the top end. And Crosby, Blair, and Scott Tomsu put it in the beams next. Pro Outlaw, you must be in lane 2, please. Pro Outlaw. Pro Fuel to lane 3. Nitro Funny Bike, lane 4. Top Fuel, lane 5. All pro bikes, bring them up. Crosby Bear in the left lane. The Cross on a good pass. He goes 943 at 148 miles an hour. He will be pleased with those numbers. All right, our next pair, Nick Bowie and Dwayne Gee. Some tough customers out there. Tough cookies. Nick Bowie out of Crystal Lake, Illinois. Dwayne Gee from Georgia. Both bikes away clean, good power wheelie in the second gear. And Dwayne just backs it down. It was really starting to climb on him. 840 at 167 for Nick Bowie. Dwayne felt that bike starting to rise and he eased up on it. Then again, something may have gone away mechanically. It's too early to tell. Jarek Espinal in the left lane, Cole Sellers in the right. Pro Outlaw, you must be in lane 2, please. Very important. Pro Outlaw. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, lane 3. Arm & Fur Nitro Funny Bike, lane 4. Circle M Ranch Top Fuel, we need you in lane 5. As I mentioned earlier, that return road is live, adjacent to the racing surface. And some of the pros will be using it. It is vital that racers and spectators understand that that is a live surface. Okay, we had a slow roller in the right lane that came to rest well beyond the scoreboards, but he's still down there, and that bike will need to come out of the right lane before we can proceed. Okay, well, we take care of the roller out on the racetrack. We're going to put it out once again here that I need all my nitro bikes to their respective lanes, please. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, I need you to lane 3. Arm & Fur Nitro Funny Bikes, I need you in lane 4. And Circle M Ranch Top Fuel Motorcycles, I need you to lane 5, please. All Pro Nitro Bikes, please bring them up. Up on the big end, if you look way down the end of the racetrack, you'll see that the service vehicle for Martin, Michigan 131 is down there helping that final bike off of the racing surface. They're almost to the turnoff. And as soon as they clear that, which they're in the progress of doing that right this moment, we're going to get back to live action down on the 1320. The track is clear. We're ready to go hot once again. Okay, Jarek Espinal and Cole Sellers. Now they're ready to have at it. Jarek Espinal launching in the left lane. Cole Sellers giving chase. Espinal on the big end, 890 at 156 miles an hour. Cole Sellers with a troubled run on that one. right, Pro Bagger is all set with this set, and we have one Pro Outlaw bike, George Futch, heading into the beams right now. All Nitro bikes, we need you in your respective lanes now. Pro Fuel lane 3, Nitro Funny Bike lane 4, Top Fuel lane 5. All right, Futch making his way down the right lane right now. Had an 098 reaction time, and as you can hear, the bike is not happy about something. That'll be something that will be addressed accordingly. Okay, with the pro show in progress, we have taken care of modified class, Pro Bagger, and also Pro Outlaw. So we are now on for our fuel classes. And all of my fuel classes, you need to be in your respective lanes now because we are ready to run you now. Hawaii Racing, Pro Fuel, I need you out of lane 3. Armin Furr, Nitro Funny Bike, we need you competitors into lane 4 and out of lane 4, please. And Circle Amaranth Top Fuel Motorcycles, we need you to come out of lane 5. And as we did in the previous session with the pros, Eliminator class, I'm putting you on standby now. As soon as we begin running the Top Fuel bikes, sunlight. The more intense the sunlight, the greater the effect it has on the temperature of the racing surface itself. You have an ambient temperature somewhere around 90 to 95 degrees, but your track temperature is relative to the intensity of the sunlight. And it is not uncommon to see track temperatures north of 135 degrees which is a track temperature that all racers look for because they don't want to see anything over that mark. Right about 135 degrees Fahrenheit for a surface temperature is where the track starts to get what they call greasy. The track starts going the other way. Instead of getting more hot and more sticky, what you get is more hot and more slippery. And that's bad. That's very bad. And the hotter and the more intense the track temperature, the more that needs to be accommodated. And the way they accommodate it is by spraying with the right compound in the right places. I've known specific racetracks, like for example South Georgia Motorsports Park, where they have a shadow cast on the track and they use a different glue in the shadow from the glue that they use in the area greatest affected by direct sunlight. So it's something they can really tailor to the racetrack. It's very much something they can tailor to any racing surface. So once the spray is done, you will see them normally drag the track with the dragger, and the dragger is different from the auto rotator. The auto rotator reverse rotates and puts down copious quantities of rubber. The dragger does something different. It burnishes the racing surface. And then after the dragger, they will oftentimes use the power brush to burnish the surface, give it a grain, and at the same time it takes off any loose rubber that may have been hanging out there from dragging the race surface. So there really is quite a bit of science to this. A lot of science to this. You might have noticed earlier today they were out there with traction meters reading various locations on the track. A lot of old school racers who've been at it a long time, like Grizz and some of the guys you see out there now, they're used to what they feel underneath their feet, and I have a tendency to go by that rather than by a traction meter. But for the teams who want more science and more readings and more data, and they live by that data, they will take very careful traction readings with a traction meter and apply those to the logbook. And there will be some careful hand notes in there on intensity of sunlight, track temperature, and if they can get it, they'll actually go take a good look at the drums of liquid being used for the particular adhesive on that track. And it's different at every racetrack. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, now this is the dragger. You notice that behind this service equipment, it looks like rolled up pieces of tire. That's exactly what you're looking at. They will take used drag slicks. I've seen brand new ones, $300 a piece, taken, and they cut the sidewalls off and use just the flat tread, and they thread them on the back of the machine so they can drag the track with it and burnish it. And you'll notice the different color to the race surface where the dragging is done. For the top fuel bikes, for any of the fuel bikes really, as far as they're concerned, whether it's left lane or right lane, there's still only two surfaces to work with. There's the inner one or the outer one. The one close to the center line is the inner. And most fuel bikes, more often than not, will use the inner lane, or what they call the groove. Sometimes they'll use the other one. It varies every time. But the crew chiefs, who have been around this game for decades, when they make a call, it pays to pay attention to what they're telling you. When you've got people like TK, Tracy Kyle, or if you've got somebody like Mike Romine or Jay Turner out there, all of the aforementioned are racers who've been at it more than 30 years. In Mike's case, it's over 40 years. And they've seen it all, they've done it all, and they are very familiar with how the bike should respond in any given set of circumstances. So once they say, do this, it'd be a real good idea to pay attention to what they're telling you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, track prep is underway, but they're just about done with it. They're dragging that right lane now. They've already made a couple passes up and down each lane. And very quickly here, we'll be getting back to some nitro action. And that's what you want to hear, not my voice. You want to hear their voice. That's what we came here for. So we'll bring you that nitro action just as soon as we can. Thank you. All right, those nitro bikes are getting ready to make that noise that we like best. That is going to happen shortly here. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel Bikes will be the first crew to come out and give us our dose of nitro. Most of those motorcycles are somewhere in the neighborhood of 120 to 122 cubic inches. They cannot build larger than 122 cubic inches. One of the amazing aspects of the Pro Fuel bikes is that all of them are direct drive, no transmission. Stab and steer, baby. They whack that throttle open and hold it there. Even though every common sense bone in your body is saying, what are you doing? But nevertheless, that's the kind of chutzpah it takes to race nitromethane. And from the Pro Fuel bikes, which can run upwards of 180 miles an hour, and then the Nitro Funny bikes, and they run somewhere between 206 to 226, somewhere in that neighborhood. And then in Top Fuel, those monsters, they run somewhere in the 216 to 226 would be a normal run. They can run faster. I've seen them over 235, which for a Top Fuel Harley, that's just outrageous. I have seen them run those numbers. And man, do they haul the mail. And you will see all of that and more here shortly. All right, the call to fire up has been given. Director of the AMRA, Mr. Gregg, has done the deed. He pointed to one, he pointed to the other. They're both ready to go, so the nod was given. And you are hearing Q2 has begun for Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel motorcycles. Oh, how I love that sound. Oh, yeah. Now, Kurt normally storms down that racetrack, and he's always somewhere in the 750 to 720 range. That would be a typical run for Kurt Sexton. Kenny Holtman has been going quicker and faster every pass on his bike. He'll be in that neighborhood. Let's see who's got what to take advantage of. Front tire right up in the air quick for Kurt Sexton. And he is hauling the mail down there. He goes 8:02 at 135, an off-pace run. He started off really strong, too. Mr. Holtman with an excellent pass at 781, a big mile an hour, 163. So Kenneth Holtman with a good run. Kurt Sexton is out there and he's in the game. He won't be happy with his numbers, but he'll know what to do when he gets back into pits. I assure you, he'll go all over that bike and make whatever adjustments necessary to bring it in a league. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel Bikes are bringing the Nitro Thunder right now. Arm & Fur Nitro Funny Bikes will be next, followed by Circle M Ranch Top Fuel. I was taking a few moments there to look over the field of Pro Fuel Bikes. And we have a stout field out there ready for qualifying right now. Brian Connolly and Jimmy Martin getting ready to come out next. Jim Martin has won his share of championships. And while he's having a little bit of a dry spell right now, it wouldn't surprise me a bit to see Jim suddenly vault into the points field deeply. He's a racer that can do that. When you get KGO veterans like him and Rocky Jackson out there, they are always a threat. Experience counts for so much in nitro racing. Very, very heavily. Brian Conley in the right lane. I see his dad headed for the starting line. Mr. Conley ready to put Brian where he needs to be. Jimmy Martin getting lined up by his guy. Jim Martin is in the left lane, Brian Conley Jr. in the right. And we are ready to go racing. Pre-stage left for Jim Martin. Brian Conley moves in. Brian waiting to see if, yep, Jim gone in next, and here comes Brian. Oh, boy. Both bikes off the mark quick here. And Jim Martin with a 783, 159. Brian Conley's 853, 148. When Brian snapped the throttle open, the bike made a move. Brian had to compensate, straighten the bike out, which he did. And to his credit, he stayed in it. These monsters can be a handful. One would expect that with nitromethane. Attention to all of my racers and fans adjacent to the return road. Again, I must caution you all. The return road on the right side of the racetrack, adjacent to the racing surface, that is a live use road. It is not a place where fans and spectators or anybody should be hanging out, because the return road is live and bikes are going to be towed back on that road. Unless someone is a crew member or staff, you should not be out there. The monsters of rock are out there, the Nitro bikes here for the AMRA Michigan Nitro Nationals here at US 131 Motorsports Park in Martin, Michigan. Darren Brinkman and Louis Samson. The Angry Birds bike, Louis is in the right lane, Darren is on the left side on the T1 bike, formerly ridden by Johnny Vickers and by Sam. White Lightning Racing action, left side. Darren Brinkman gets a little bit left and gets out of it. Sansone goes 799 at 156, while Brinkman on the Terminator bike goes 848 at 137.78. Okay, we will carry on with the program here. Joe Matthews and Rockstone are going to come out next. Our next pair is now firing up. Greg is giving the word. Shout out there to Mr. Haley and Eat My Ink. You got you, Tim. We appreciate the coverage. Glad you're out here, my friend. righty-tighty. Here we go. Rockstone, Rocky Jackson. Kunas bike is in the right lane. That is Joe Matthews out of Rockford, Illinois, in the left lane, the red motorcycle. These are the Pro Fuel bikes, a class formerly known as Pro Dragster. Rocky Jackson is pre-staged on the right side. Joe Matthews ready to go. They're both in the beams now. Here comes the tree. Nitro Thunder, baby. Love that sound. Rocky on a good lap. 773 at 168 miles an hour for Rocky. And an 878 at 122 for Joe Matthews. Love hearing those bikes speak like that. One of the great things about Pro Fuel is the show factor. And more racetracks should look into booking some of these guys for shows. The bikes are very reliable, very repeatable. And there's an awful lot of good things to be said for these carbureted nitro bikes. When conditions are good and the tune-up is there, some of these guys can put a dozen, 24 laps on that thing without taking it apart. Because nitromethane is so unforgiving and it insists on being happy only in a very narrow band, tuning them can be tricky. But for an experienced nitro mechanic who's been at this stuff for more than 10, 20 years, they do experience periods of use with these Pro Fuel bikes where they can get more than a dozen runs on them without having to do serious maintenance there. Pull them apart, roll bearings, etc. down in the lower end. And our next pair, getting ready. Hot Rod Carlisle and Lauren Potter. Lauren Potter. We'll adjust that. Lauren is ready to rock and roll here. He's in the left lane. Ricky Grizzly right behind him. Harriet's out there. Blair Racing is in the house. Chris picks up the wheelie bars to line him up so that he's absolutely dead on where he needs to go. Chrissy Potter out there, and it is her birthday. She'd like to see the hug going over the circle. And there he goes. He's on a good lap here. He got right in it and stayed in it. Managed to pull out and right across the finish line with a full pull. Went 798 at 155 on that pass. Crosby Blair with a little bit of an assist for the team. It's good to see folks line him up and get him up right. Al Ballas of Rockford, Illinois in the left lane. Al is bringing his into the beams, while on the right side, Hot Rod Carlisle. This will be our final pair of Pro Fuel bikes in Q2 here with the AMRA. And here we go. Al Ballas gets a little out of shape and gets out of it. Hot Rod Carlisle on a full pull goes 748 at 167 mile an hour. An excellent pass for Hot Rod Carlisle. All right, Rocky Jackson just came down the return road. Again, I want to remind everybody that is a live surface on the return road adjacent to the racing surface. As you can see, Rocky just came back, being towed back to the pits to his area. And we are preparing now for Nitro Funny Bike, the Armin Fur Racing Nitro Funny Bike class. When spot cleanups like this are done, as I mentioned earlier, sometimes they work with lacquer thinner, sometimes they work with acetone. Every racetrack has their own combination of methodology of how they work small cleanups. But what they're doing is anywhere where there's any sign of what was once a wet spot, they're hitting that in a manner to dissolve whatever was there and at the same time evaporate it. And that's what they're doing now to address the cleanup without doing a full scrape and burn, which is very time consuming. Casey Joe is down track a little bit there, and she's finding out that they've got some pretty good stick down there. So the track has a good surface to it. It's just going to tune it up a bit. kind attention for my fans and racers in the pits. The concession stand is winding down, so if you are looking for a little something to eat, and we've still got another qualifying session to go, if you want some food, wouldn't be a bad idea to start thinking about making your way over there and getting yourself something to eat before they close up shop. We've got one Nitro Funny Bike that we will run for Nitro Funny Bike class qualifying straight ahead here. And once that Nitro Funny Bike is done, we go right into Top Fuel. And as soon as we run Top Fuel, I'm going to start calling E-Class to the lanes. But right now, it is Armin Fur Nitro Funny Bike qualifying. And I see Jack Romine on the starting line out there, which tells me Jordan Peterson is about to come forward, rolling out of the smoke. And when Jordan Peterson is rolling smoke, you see good stuff. He don't mess around. Yep, Mike Romine is now headed for the starting line with Jack, with his brother. And here comes Casey Joe. The thunder you hear, that is indeed Jordan Peterson, who is your number one points leader currently. There's our kidney shot from Casey Joe trying to keep her sneakers on. That track is sticky. Jordan Peterson gets away quick. And that bike is on a full run. Takes it across the line up there with a 7:15 at 180 miles an hour. So he's ready to do battle in Nitro Funny Bike tomorrow. Even though we still got one more round of Nitro qualifying tonight. This is Q2, and we're going through 3 rounds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Top Fuel Motorcycle Qualifying in the second session. This is Circle M Ranch Top Fuel Qualifying. Q2 in progress. Chris Smith out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee will be in the left lane. And Samu Kempinen of Venta, Finland. Samu will be in the right lane. And that is Chris Stewart, the owner of that Top Fuel bike right beside it right now. But his racing partner, Samu, driving for Chris. And he steps back. Chris Smith ready to rock and roll. Chris out of J. Turner Racing. Chris is slowing, something not right for Chris. And another good run, a solid run by Samuel Kempinen. Samuel 6:59 at 2:03. Chris Smith slowed on his. His first 100 foot looked pretty good. And then something changed, and that's just the way it is in Top Fuel. You can find that on any bike in any class, really. Starting off is one thing. You still got 1,320 feet of racetrack to deal with, starting line to finish line. That's what quarter mile drag racing is all about, for those who race quarter mile. There's that thunder, they're singing my song. Johnny J.T. Toth in the left lane, representing J. Turner Racing. J.T. Auto and Cycle out of Pennsylvania. He's facing Buddy Johnson in the right lane. Buddy out of Blanchester, Ohio. Buddy is quite the guy. Spent some time talking to him about his career and his racing last night. And I'll tell you, this guy can really ride. He can pilot a top fuel bike. Yes, he can. So can JT. This will be a good matchup. All right, both bikes are pre-staged for the stage. Buddy Johnson on it hard, and just something's just not right. And again, the temperamental top fuel bikes are showing us stuff. So both bikes are making their way to the top end. And it's time to start calling our sportsmen to the lanes for Q3, Eliminator class. Lane 2, please, Eliminator class bikes. E-Class Racing, sponsored by Baker Drivetrain. I need my E-Class bike. Start filling up lane 2, please. All right, we've only got a handful of top fuel bikes left here. So when the next 2 pair go down the line, things are going to happen quickly. Baker Drivetrain E-Class motorcycles. Please bring it into lane 2, please. Eliminator lane 2. Big thunder from a big motorcycle. Jay Turner of Jay Turner Racing is in the left lane. Paul Anderson in the right lane. Jay sponsored in part with Fast Coon-Ass Racing, Jay Turner Racing, KK Marine. That is Jay Turner, his bad self, in the left lane, the Bulldog. He'll show you how it's done. Yep, he's on the run. There he goes. Jay puts it right to it. Jay Turner with a 657 at 216 miles an hour goes deep in the field right away. He ain't playing. Paul Anderson with a 682 at 184. Also putting up some numbers on the board there. Anywhere in the mid sixes is good during qualifying. Once eliminations begin, things get more serious and they turn it up. Attention in the pits. E-Class Racing sponsored by Baker Drivetrain, E-Bikes. E-Bikes to lane 2, please. E-Bikes, we're down to the final 3. We have a couple of competition runs here in Top Fuel still, and then a licensing pass. But we're down to the last few motorcycles in Top Fuel for Q2. Big thunder from the big bikes. Ryan Peary, two-time AMRA national champion of Top Fuel. Current champion is Jay Turner. He's the defending champion. Ryan had it 2 years in a row before him. Ryan is more than ready to contend for that. Jordan Peterson is definitely in the mix. He is in the left lane right now. Jordan Peterson is third in points right now in Top Fuel motorcycle. This is the Top Fuel bike out of Romine Racing and is part of the Chris Stewart Racing stable. Jordan Peterson, here we go. Ryan Perry got that front tire in the air all the way past half rack. Yes, he did run a lap. You betcha he did. 6:42 at 2:08 for Ryan Peary. P-E-E-R-Y. Ryan ran a great number there, and Jordan Peterson as well. You got yourself a real nice pair of Top Fuel bikes going down the track on that one. Jordan Peterson put up a very game 6:54 at 2:11 versus a 6:42 at 2:08. Two well-matched Top Fuel motorcycles. On the return road, Samu Kempinen of Finland. He waves through the crowd. He's used to those big crowds too overseas. Top Fuel motorcycle drag racing is extremely popular in Finland, the UK, the EU, lots of places over there. Very well respected, well taken class. All right, our final nitro bike of the Q2 session is a licensing pass. This is Mr. Spence, his new bike and his new team. This is his third time on a Top Fuel motorcycle. Each of his passes is graded, and they advance from the starting line incrementally. He did an initial hit with a shutoff on his first pass about 60 foot. His second pass, he got a lot closer to the 330 mark. Very strong burnout there. That was very well done. He's getting a little more comfortable on the motorcycle, and that's as it should be. It takes a progression. Couldn't ask for better teachers working with Romine Racing. Experience counts for so much. He's in good hands, that's for sure. Mike Romine directly behind the bike, Jack Romine to the right rear. That was a good solid launch. It was spinning the tire the whole time gently. It wasn't blazing and up in smoke, but it was spinning the tire on that launch. And he leaned into it, straightened it out, kept it in the groove. He did exactly what he should have done on that pass. So that is it for our Nitro bikes in the Q2 session. There's still one more qualifying session to come up, but we are switching gears now and going back to our third and final qualifying session for all classes. All right, Q3 begins now. Okay, Q3 is now in progress. Chad Trainer bringing it into the beams. His wife, Sarah Trainer, happy birthday. I got the word. You thought you were going to escape, huh? Happy birthday, my friend. Okay, Chad going to give her a birthday present. He's going to win. He needs to do that this weekend. 069 reaction time for Chad. This is his Q3 pass. Seth Jones out of Decatur. Austin Hammerhead Hughes in the left lane. Rafael Vargas on the right side. The Hammerhead moniker that comes with Mr. Austin comes from his dad. He used to race stock car. He didn't want to listen to nobody neither. Big wheels stand by Austin, but he gets it under control very quickly. And believe you me, I've seen Austin carry that front tire halfway down the racetrack. 0.99 reaction time for Austin on that. He's ready to do battle on Sunday. Baker Drivetrain E-Class racing in progress here right now. Bryce Creek in the left lane. Michael Horton out of Canton, Michigan in the right. Price goes red on that launch. Horton with a good reaction time in 07.5. $11.49 on his 1150 bike. He's ready for battle. Class Racing doing very, very well here. We got a lot of e-bikes. We always do. We're about a third of the way into E right now. Hot Street, I am not calling you right now, but I am putting you on notice that your time is coming. John Poet out of Indianapolis, Indiana. East Coast Motorcycle Parts, John Poet Jr. Racing. Both bikes away clean here. John Bradley with a nice little wheel stand, and he gets down that track quickly. Sponsored in part by the Gold Brick Bar and Grill, Fast Company Racing. John Bradley in the left lane. Went 11:28 at 117 on that pass. Attention in the pits. One of my AMRA fuel races, you lost a chest plate. That chest plate has been recovered and brought down to AMRA registration. Whichever one of my fuel racers that lost a chest plate on the last round of Q2 qualifying, that chest plate is now at AMRA registration. Chris Ussery of Lakeland, Florida. Mickey Kelly. And Chris is rocking that right side. The Twitches Stitches racer making his way down. And Bob Beal and Daniel Wilson next. Beal will be in the left lane. Wilson right. Two bikes really getting after it out there. Beal with an 057 reaction time goes 10:90 at 116. Scott Lurg and Jason Harvey next.
How's that traveling getting over, everybody? Oh, we should be all together doing things.
Attention in the pits, Hot Street. Axtel Cylinders, Hot Street. Bring it to the lanes, please. Axtel Cylinders, Hot Street. Come to lane 3, please. This is the third and final qualifying session for the e-bikes. Their last opportunity to qualify. Reaction times and closeness to package, it all counts. Axtel Cylinders, Hot Street. Lane 3, please. All right, Johnny Schneider in the left lane. Johnny Yard flat top on the right side. As both bikes get away quickly. 0.63 reaction time for Ard. Joseph Woolsey, Kenny Staterly. Kenny out of Woodbury, Illinois. Kenny Staterly is out of Ackworth, Georgia. Correction on that. Metro Fleet Repair, Hardcore Cycles, AA Graphics. Staterly, 1197 at 111 miles an hour. Woolsey with an 1158 on that pass. Jeff Lake, left lane right now. Hauling a mail from Flat Rock, Michigan. Goes 12:15 at 110. Stringer. Heather and John Stringer supporting Masev. You went red on that pass. Danny Nabram. 1073. Tony Curtis next. Red eye start for Curtis. All right, last pair going down there now. Hot Street, you should be in lane 3. Super Pro 1030 to lane 4, please. Super Pro 1030 to lane 4. Stack them up. All right, this is our final pair of Baker Drivetrain E-Class. And that will conclude qualifying for that class. Say again, please.
Right-hand lane past the big pile, right in the middle of the group. I'm sorry, middle of the lane.
Eliminator class is complete. Street will be next. Hot Street will be next. Super Pro 1030, lane 4 please. Super Pro 1030. Super Pro sponsored by BK Electric in Smitten, Pennsylvania. Commercial and residential electrical work. We appreciate those electrical contractors sponsoring the class. Thank you. Joe Peterson and Russ Johnson going at it next here. As we move into Hot Street Q3. Super Pro 1030, I need you to lane 4, please. Super Pro 1030, lane 4. Street Bagger, you are on standby. Beautiful wheel stand by Russ Johnson. He handled it perfectly. Night up, right up, down. Very smooth. 975 at 136 for Johnson. He looked very good on that pass. Looked very strong. Jeremy Wilson out of West Unity, Ohio, in the right lane on that beautiful bagger. A gorgeous bike. Look at him carry that front wheel. Oh, that was 200 feet of wheel stand. And he carried it like a king. The man to beat and the man to challenge are coming up next. This will be our final pair of Street Bagger, Jason Crisp and Clayton Danforth. Super Eliminator, 1150, lane 3. Jason Crisp and Clayton going at it. 046 reaction time for Crisp. And he is ready to just serve everybody. 874 and 148 for Jason. Tearing him up. All right, Hot Streets Q3 is in the books now. Super Pro 1030, now in progress here. You'll notice that 1030 index number up on the scoreboards. Class. Oh, look at that. Chad Kaplinger, front end just dangling in the air out past the 60-footer. Some of these gas bikes are really exciting and really effective. Very strong performance there by Kaplinger. .1030, the index number they are trying to run on. David Dormus out of Loveland, Michigan. David in the left lane hauling his mail down the racetrack. Had an 017 reaction time on the launch. Mallory, no slouch. Correction on that one. Alrighty now. Richard George, Robert Mallory. Matt Hauser and Steve Lacey. Lacey gets away strong in that right lane. Steve Lacey putting a number on Matt Hauser here. Looking for that 1030. Streetbagger, you should be in lane 5, ready to run right now. Streetbagger, you should be in lane 5 right now, ready to run. Super Eliminator 1150 class, lane 3, please. Super Eliminator 1150 class to lane 3. This is the final pair of 1030. John Schatz and Ian Fick. Schatz goes 1035 on a 1030 index. And the Streetbagger bikes are now pulling up to the line. Super Eliminator 1150 class. Super Eliminator 1150 class. I need you in lane 3. Top Eliminator 930. Stand by. Thomas Boone doing the boogie woogie on the launch. A lot of horsepower in that motorcycle. Nick Bowie 1004, 132 miles an hour for Nick. Boone 1299 and slowed to 66. Is rolling slow in the right lane. Keith Evans on that orange bad boy in the right lane. All 1150 bikes, you should be in lane 3. Streetbagger bikes continuing with their qualifying session right now. Streetbagger is sponsored by Thundermax. Jeff Boudreau out of Texas, pulling his bike up to the line. And Jeff gets off the line solid. The bike is running well. He's hauling the mail down the left groove of the right lane and crosses the line on the big end, but a 10:31 at 128. And David Paco Cartwright will put it in the beams next. Mutant Motors, motorcycle work. Flexing that power out there right now. Paco on the big end. Mr. Cartwright goes 10:04 at 132.82.
Last bagger in the water.
Final bagger in the water right now. Jimmy Maycrans coming out here, going to put a cherry on top of this session. This is the third and final qualifier. Street bagger, final qualifying run. Jimmy Maycrans out of Houston, Texas, part of the Mutant Motors team. Mr. Wolf himself, the engine builder, right behind him. There goes Jimmy. Jimmy's on a good run. $120 mph in the eighth. Bike goes 957 at 142 mph for Jimmy Maycrans. And we switch gears and move on to 1150 class now. Sean Clark and Austin Hammerhead Hughes. Austin in the right lane. Sean Clark in the left lane. They are very carefully sizing up that tree. Sean and Austin going at it head to head. They're looking for that 1150 index number. 1168 versus an 1171. That's pretty much how eliminations are going to go when they get out there. It's going to be wheel to wheel all the way down the racetrack. It always is. They fight like dogs. Street Eliminator happening here now. $11.50 Thundermax Street Eliminator. Larry Gilson and Jeremiah Disbro. Putting it in the beams now. There are 3 qualifying sessions on Saturday racing here with AMRA. We are in the 3rd qualifying session now. We have 1 more Nitro Pro session coming up. Keith Reynolds of Eau Claire. John, poet, and Chad Trainer. Sarah Trainer, the birthday lady out there. There's that smile. There's that smile. All right, Chad. Bring it home. Very nice launch by Trainer. 0:46 reaction time. Caught John on that one. Tomorrow, when eliminations begin, every one of these passes will be very, very important. Very important. Qualifying session 3 in progress. Later on this evening, they'll double check, triple check the ladders, make sure everything's right. And they will post the qualifying for all of the various classes. Top eliminator 930, top eliminator TE 930 class. You should be in lane 4. Pro eliminator 1090. I need you to lane 5, please. Pro eliminator. Pro eliminator 1090, lane 5, please. Ryan Safran and Tim Parker next. Tim Parker out of Indianapolis, Indiana in the right lane. This is index racing, ladies and gentlemen. They are looking at that 11.50 index. They want to run as close as they can to that number, but not run quicker than 11.5. Ted Farley and Michael Magnuson wrap up their session, while Robert Morris and John Schneider do battle next. Schneider in the right lane, Morris, Robert Morris. Touche Racing, Highmark Builders, RLB Hydraulics, all sponsors of the wide guide of Robert Morris. Morris is in the left lane, John Schneider in the right lane. Johnny Ard in the right lane, Hauling him out on that right side. He's looking for that 1150 index number. Ard goes 1150 with an 8. 1158 for Johnny Ard on that pass. Woosley and Tyler Stringer next. Joe Woosley out of Indianapolis, Indiana will be in the left lane. Tyler Stringer on Central Kentucky is in the right lane. Both bikes away clean. Top eliminator, you should be in lane 4 ready to run right now. Top eliminator, you should be in lane 4 ready to run right now. Eliminator, lane 5 please. 1090 Pro Eliminator to lane 5. $11.50 Thundermax class. Action continues. Emmett Puget making solo pass in the left lane. Bryce Creek and Kevin Winters next. Bryce is in the right lane. Mama right behind him. Now there's Athena back there videoing the run. They do everything they can to help their racers. Austin Hughes with the assist. That'll work. Kevin Winters left side ride. 0.24 reaction time. Very good light. $11.43 for Bryce on that pass. So that was the last pass and the last pair of our 1150 class racers. We are now moving into top eliminator. Pro eliminator. 1090 class, lane 5 now, please. This is top eliminator. 930 class, the quickest index class we've got. Chris Martin out of Martin Engineering with a real strong start. That was 916 on that pass. 945 for Randy Edelman. Erdman looking very good out there. David Dormus out of Loveland, Ohio, preparing for a competition single here right now in the top eliminator. Pro eliminator, you should be in lane 5, 1090 class. Pro eliminator, 1090, lane 5. Supergas 990, you are on deck. Stand by. All right, this will be our final contestant qualifying in top eliminator. Top eliminator 930 class, sponsored by Benchmark Excavating of Fayette City, Pennsylvania. Aaron Schneider, 0:30 reaction time. That's a good number. Now if you could put a he's got a 962 with 138 miles an hour to go with that, and that'll be our final bike in top eliminator qualifying. That wraps up qualifying for TE. Pro eliminator 1090. You should be in lane 5 right now because you're going to begin Supergas 990, stand by. Huffman Performance. Supergas 990 class. Bring it into lane 3, please. Our final sportsman class of qualifying. Supergas 990 to lane 3, please. Everything happens so much faster late in the day. Every race day is like that. Bob Beal, Crosby Bear, the Cross in the right lane. Beal has been running strong all day. Good reaction time. Red light start for the Cross. And they bring it on the big end to wrap that one up. We move on to our next pair. In 1090, which is Pro Eliminator class 1090. Desi Malacia, Matt Hawkins next. Desi in the left lane. Hawkins getting a little out of the groove to the right, straightens it out. He'll take it right down the line just like that. Look at that 1090 number. This is index number racing. They're trying to get as close to 1090 as they can. John Bradley and Larry Stevens will be next. Huffman Performance Supergas Bikes. Go to lane 3, please. All Huffman's Performance Supergas Bikes, bring it to lane 3, please. Steve Lacey out of Kalamazoo, Michigan, getting ready to make his final 1090 qualifying effort shot. He is in the right lane. Jim Clark. One hell of a good drag racer. Jimmy Clark, left lane. 084 reaction time. That's what makes Jim so tough in the late lanes and in the late stages. He's always on his light. He's quick on his number, too. He just went 1084 on a 1090 index. So he can haul in that 1090 anytime he wants. Running that close to the index number, he is just right where he needs to be, and he knows it. And he knows how to use it. He could take you on the tree, or he could take you on the big end. He's a racer who can beat you on the stripe, or he can beat you on the front end of the track, too. That's what makes a successful sportsman racer, being able to race both ends of the racetrack. Scott Larg and Jimmy Hall. Jeremy Hall in the right lane. Hall with an 1109, 121 pass. Denny Nabry and Bill Harper. Harper in the right lane. You know that that sound and you know what it means. You know what's coming. When the thunder speaks, everybody listens. Hi, William Grove, Bill Grove, bringing it into the bulbs right now. Custom Cycles out of DeLong, Greg's Machine Service as well. Robert Stitz, Rockfield, Kentucky in the right lane. Very good reaction times by both racers. These guys are really ready to get at it tomorrow. They really, really are. Thank you. Huffman Performance Supergas 990. You're next. This is the final pair of Pro Eliminator 1090 qualifying. This is the third and final qualifier. All of these guys can get out of their leathers once they wrap up this round. Start drying them out for tomorrow. Bryce Creek out of Needham, Indiana. Bryce Creek 11:20, 11:26 for Chris Ussery. The Bulldog Racing. The Twitches Stitches bike is all set with that said. And we move on to our final qualifier for the sportsman class racers. Donnie Huffman, the legend. Huffman Performance Supergas qualifying in progress right now. All pro classes. We are on our final qualifier and our final round, but our final class of qualifying in sportsman racing. So the pro show is coming up next. Be advised, we will be calling you shortly. 990 Supergas qualifying in progress now. Hoffman Performance 990 Supergas. Kimberly DeShields and Robert Alter. Alter in a light lane on that beautiful bike. Kimmy. Nice light, both of them. Wow, they're within 5 thousandths of each other on the launch. Looking for that 990 number. Woo! Rough racing is going to be tough tomorrow. Weather will certainly be a factor. Heat really puts the stress on everybody and everything. Joe Peterson and Jeremy Wilson out there right now. Another pair of tough customers. Joe in tight on his tuck. He is very serious. A little bit of a dance to the left, but Joe straightens it out in a fraction of a second. Looking for that 990 number. 998 for Jeremy Wilson. 10-2 for Joe. As we bring up our next pair, Tom Crava. Tom Crava out of Des Moines, Iowa. He's going to have a whole lot of fun next weekend at the Nostalgia Race. He does well every year at it, too. All of these races, a lot of hardcore guys, just so good at what they do. Johnny Schatz in the right lane. Crava left lane. John went a little red on that one by about 4 thousandths. It says 3, but it's a 3.7. Johnny Schatz, tough man out there. 990 is the number. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is index racing. And the index for this class is 9.90, Supergas. One of Donnie Hoffman's favorite classes. Then again, with over 30 championships, he's won in so many classes. I couldn't even tell you how many different classes he's won in. At least 4 or 5, maybe more. Tough old bird. All right, 990. Attention in the pits for all of my pros. This is the final pair of 990 bikes. We're going to have a little track prep, ladies and gentlemen, following this pair of motorcycles, and then we're going for the pros. Mike Best, Chris Martin, looking for that 990 index number. Martin really tearing down there. Chris is a tough dog. 993 for Chris Martin, Martin Mechanical Engineering. 125 miles an hour. Very good run for Chris Martin in the right lane. Mike Best also wrapped up with his effort. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have concluded 3 rounds of sportsman qualifying. The sportsman guys can all get out of their leathers and start to feel a little more human. Well, we continue on here, and we are getting ready to move into the pro show. We've had our pros on alert for a good 20 minutes to a half hour now, and they all knew it was coming up anyway. But we will be bringing them out straight ahead. There will be some track prep done right now. Okay, we are moving into modified now. We have one pair of modified bikes. They are online in the beams right now. Russ Johnson, George Futch. Johnson away first by 2/10. And he is taking it to the stripe on the big end. Goes 9:21 at 139 miles an hour. And that will conclude qualifying for this class. Okay, Pro Bagger bringing it to the line next. Shannon Poor and Crosby Blair are preparing to match up in this final qualifying session for Pro Bagger. Crosby Blair putting it in the beams on that right side. Shannon Poor out of Newcastle, Indiana, in the left lane. And they are both locked and loaded at the tree. Little flicker of green and they are gone. Crosby with an excellent reaction time. Crosby right on his number, going quicker and faster every outing now. 9:15 at 150 for Crosby. Burt Baker and Dwayne Gee will be next. The G-Wayne man. What a solid bagger racer that man is. I've had the pleasure of watching him come up through the ranks. He is a good one. He's facing a pretty tough cookie, too, here with Burt Baker in the left lane. Burt Baker. Green light start. Excellent reaction time for Burt. He's showing everybody how it's done. This man can race. 8:27 at 170 miles an hour for Burt Baker. Putting up some very good numbers. Pro Bagger, really strutting his stuff here. Jarek Espinal at Cole Sellers next. Cole's bike has been giving him fits all day. Cole is an excellent racer. But the bike itself, well, sometimes they're fussy. Like frequently. So you got to stay on top of that. And every trip down to 1320 is a learning experience. It's part of what makes the sport as great as it is. Very tough. Jarek Espinal, green light. He's away quick. Cole Sellers' bike is still arguing with him. And Jarek crosses the stripe with an 879 at 159 miles an hour. They will push back Mr. Sellers and his machine. Matt Den's out there paying good attention with his bike and his racer, Nick Boy. Race after race, this team gets tougher and tougher. Matt Denny's really getting on his game with this bike. And Nick has been doing a very good job on the throttle. These two are a tough pair. Final qualifying pass in Pro Bagger, Nick Boyd, Crystal Lake, Illinois. Good smooth shifts, lots of power being put down. 826 at 171. Very good number. Congratulations, Mr. Dennis and team. Looking good out there, brother. Nick Boyd with a run. Just what they needed. Tomorrow's going to be a good day. Then again, today's already a great day, so you can't lose on that. So Pro Bagger now has completed their 3 rounds of qualifying. Modified is concluded theirs. So Pro Outlaw bikes will be next. We have 1 pair ready to rock and roll. Pro Outlaw. 1 pair of motorcycles. We got Billy Doherty and George Foote. All right, Billy Doherty out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. What a light by George Foote. Ouch. Triple goose egg with a 1. Great effort by George Foote. Billy Doherty with the horsepower advantage and the quickness. 871 at 152 for Billy Doherty. And George Foote with an 0.001 reaction time. Man, that is some driving. Okay, so that will conclude qualifying. For Pro Outlaw. And we are now down to our 3 final pro classes. We are going to do some track prep first. Get ready for the Nitro bikes. But we are down to our 3 final classes of Nitro bikes, which will be Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, Arm & Fur Nitro Funny Bikes, and Circle M Ranch Top Fuel. They will all be coming out in that order next. Now tomorrow, when eliminations happen, this pro class order that you just heard will be reversed. Top Fuel will lead the way at 12 noon to begin our eliminations, and then we'll go to Nitro Funny Bike and then Pro Fuel. The Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel bike. right, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into the final stages of the track prep between rounds. We are getting ready to launch Q3, our final qualifying session for the Nitro Bikes. And Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel is going to lead the charge. Hawaii Racing, Johnny Vickers may not be here, and Hawaii Racing may not be here physically as they have been at so many races for so many years. But yes, in fact, they are. One look at the Terminator bikes, which are made by Johnny and his crew back at Hawaii Racing in North Carolina. And you can see Johnny's touch all over those motorcycles. Not just the wrap, but the quality of them. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have not seen any of these Pro Fuel bikes up close, had a chance to take a good look at it and see what a Derringer motor looks like, or any of the other variations of the motors that come out of Hawaii Racing, you're missing a great opportunity to see some modern technology and engineering. Modern technology and engineering that has been over 4 decades in the making. It's not by accident that the machines that come out of Hawaii Racing are as successful as they are. And of course, it's not just Johnny. He's the main man, but nevertheless, his staff, the people that work with him and work for him, they've been working the magic for decades, and they've learned along with Johnny the whole time. So, as I mentioned earlier tonight in the broadcast, there just is no substitute for seat time. There isn't. It's how much time and how much effort you put into it is what you get out of it. And every track, every trip down to 1320 is another learning experience. All of these racers who are serious about what they're doing here, and all the fuel racers are extremely serious, they're going to school every pass. There is no better teacher than the 1320. It is the arbiter of all arguments. I don't care how much horsepower you make on the dyno. It matters what you can use. It ain't what you have in life that gets you where you need to go. It's how you use it. You got to put it to work. You put in the work, you get the results. So you see a lot of that when it comes to Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel. And congratulations to Bad Apple Racing, Mary Dengro, and the entire crew, TK, all of the racers. Bad Apple is an entity unto itself, and Mary's opening shot told everybody this team is ready. You want to win, you're going to have to beat them to do it. And good luck with that, because clearly they came to win. And that's the story in Pro Fuel right now. We have one more final qualifying session, and we'll see where that leads us. Then we will move into Armin Fur Racing Nitro Funny Bike. It's good to have Armin here this weekend, too. And he has just been crazy busy. From the time he landed, Armin has been all over the place with his golf cart and his crew and his equipment, delivering clutch plates and components and safety straps and whatever else needed to all of his customers. Armin has been a busy, busy, busy dude. Really carrying the ball and carrying it well. We'll see how that rolls in Nitro Funny Bike. And then after that, we roll into Top Fuel. And in Top Fuel, you got to see an effective pass by Jay Turner last round. And you know that Jay is going to bring it when this final round opens up. So the Top Fuel bikes for Circle M Ranch Top Fuel, they're only 2 classes away. We're going to power our way through these Pro Fuel bikes now. Then we'll work with Nitro Funny Bike. And then Top Fuel will bring it and close out the show for today. Third round, final round of qualifying. The Nitro bikes. Here we go. Johnny Jenkins and Mary Dengro. Mary Dengro is currently number 1 in championship points in the points race this year. And I've already put my cards on the table. She's going to win this class. She is, I think, unstoppable. Tracy Kyle knows that bike and knows that tune-up, and so does she. And she knows exactly what to do with it. And she is going to bring it. Now, Johnny Jenkins is number 2 in points, and he's in the left lane right now. So you're seeing number 1 and number 2 in points face off right now. Here goes Mary. Hail Mary, baby. And she gets up on the top end, and bam, 733 at 167 miles an hour. She is still number 1 qualifier. And that's the name of that tune. Congratulations to Bad Apple. They're looking like the bad apples they are out there. TK and company. Very tough customers. You betcha. All right, so that's our first pair of Hawaii Pro Fuel Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel competition. We're moving on with Q3. This is the final qualifying run of the day. This session. Let's see how many pairs roll out there. Looks like Rockstone and Jim Martin are coming out next. Rocky Jackson. We know Rockstone mostly for his racing exploits, and that's what the public gets to know when it comes to seeing Rocky Jackson race out there. But I got to tell you, I wish you knew him for his humor, his personality. Rocky in the pits makes the whole race a better race. He is so funny and so up to something all the time. It's the characters in racing that make it what it is. All right, they're playing my song out there right now. Rocky Jackson and Jimmy Martin. They're bringing it out there. Both of these veteran racers have somewhere between 3 to 5 championships in Pro Fuel already under their belt. So they are well-seasoned veterans, both of them. Long time. And they've been burning nitro quite a while, too. Rocky Jackson on a solo shot. Something not right with Jimmy Martin's bike. And Rockstone puts it away up there. Goes 796 at 164 in the top end. Jim Martin will not be happy that he got up there and staged his bike and something wasn't right and had to shut it down. But that is part of racing, my friends. If something's not right, whenever the chief starter, somebody, any starting line official, when they tell you to shut it off, you shut it off. All right, so we have a minor spot cleanup going on right now in the right lane. The track staff will attend that. And once they get that out of the way, we'll move on to the next pair. Let me check the water box and we'll see what we got. Okay, our next pair is in the water and warming up. Walter Holonsky, who was not with us out on the racetrack during the first two qualifying sessions, Walter has come out to qualify here in Q3. And he goes storming up to the line after a good burnout. Al Ballas is in the right lane. Walter's going to see if he can sneak out there and just get in the show with one shot. He is that guy. And Al Ballas of the Nitro Bums racing team. Al is over in the right lane. Here we go. Walter's away on a good lap. Al had something go wrong and had to slow down. Walter goes out there and goes 8:57 at 159 miles an hour. Next pair coming out. Kurt Sexton out of Benton, Kansas, and Kenneth Holtman. Stubby is in the right lane. Kurt Sexton will be in the left. I know Kurt can run a number. I mean a really serious number. I've seen him do it many, many times. We'll see which rabbit he can pull out of the hat. Sexton thunders up to the line. He's looking really good out there. Kenneth Stubby Holtman. His race was almost over earlier in the day with a broken rocker support shaft, and that broken support was replaced. Somebody was good enough to come up with a component for him. The racer in need call worked. But now, Stubby's in the hole. Kurt Sexton making some power. He's doing his thing this time. Much better, 749 at 166. I told you to watch out for him. Kurt Sexton. He is alive and well. That bike is now listening to him, and he is in the hunt. Kurt found whatever it was he was looking for, and he's ready to rock and roll now. Our next pair up here in Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel will be Brian Conley Jr. and Lauren Potter. This is rookie season now for Lauren. This is kind of an exciting time, actually. Lauren is a very successful sportsman racer. And the way he raced his Buell and his other bikes, Lauren has always been a bring-it kind of guy. I've watched him win his share of rounds and his share of races. Great competitor. And when I saw him switch over to Nitro, come over to the dark side, I was kind of excited about that, and I still am, because I know what Lauren can do as a competitor. Oh, he's a hungry man. He races hard, and he races for real. So it was great to see Lauren step up. Brian Conley is another one. I can say the exact same words for Brian. Brian is an extremely talented young racer. He's in his 20s, and he's got a whole long, bright future ahead of him. We all knew he was going to go Nitro. It was only a question of when. He's been doing a bit of an apprenticeship with Chris Smith, Brian Perry, and all the other Nitro guys. But Brian, I just saw him nod his head. That's a great sign of maturity and control. Brian knew something was not right with that bike. And he looked at his dad, his crew chief, and said, nope, we're not doing this. So Brian had his shut off. Lauren Potter goes 831 at 151 on the other end. Brian Conley is in his rookie season of Nitro racing, but he handled that like the pro that he is. Extremely well done by Mr. Conley on that pass. Brian Conley Jr., man, has a bright, bright future ahead. Next pair. Queuing it up in the water right now, getting ready to get noisy out there. Hot Rod Carlisle and Darren Brinkman. Al Blair would normally be on that bike that Hot Rod's on, but Al had an unfortunate accident with helping another team, and his hand got injured. He's still in recovery on that, and he will recover, and he will be back. But rather than miss the races and miss the racing, he's assisting and crewing on his own bike while they put another racer in the hot seat so they could keep racing. Hot Rod Carlisle has the nod on this. He looks good on that motorcycle. Hot Rod looks like that bike was made for him, which it's not, but he looks like it. He's very at home on that bike. It looks good. Darren Brinkman, Clearwater, Florida. Darren with Sam White and the White Lightning Racing Team. They are ready to rock and roll. Darren Brinkman can ride that bike too. Once he gets some seat time in and gets his confidence up, and he's certainly deserving of that, he's very capable. You'll see him just wake up and bring it one day, I guarantee it. An interesting fact about these Pro Fuel bikes, they are fussy and they're sensitive. You've got to have things just right in order for the bike to do what it needs to do. It's quite the learning experience to handle these big bikes. Hot Rod Carlisle, left lane. Watch that tree. Yep. Hot Rod got out first. And look how nice and straight he run that bike. Nice pass, 748 at 167.04 mile an hour. Blair Racing very happy with that, I'm sure. Nice pass, Hot Rod. He is strutting his stuff on that bike this weekend. Looking good. Next pair up will be Louis Sansone and Joe Matthews. Louis with the Angry Birds bike. I love the paint job of that motorcycle. And that thing really hauls the mail too. That's a good drag bike. Al Ballas built some great stuff. Al is a whole lot of fun. He's a nitro bum from way back. If you wander through the pits, you'll find yourself eventually facing nitro bums racing. And that's Al Ballas and his crew. Joe Matthews out of Rockford, Illinois will be in the right lane. Louis Sansone, left lane. Sansone taking it down that left lane. Joe Matthews' bike not behaving the way he would like it to at a 792 at 158 for Louis Sansone. What I was starting to say about Al Ballas and his crew, including the Angry Birds bike you just saw. I remember when those guys showed up at Rockingham last year with the AMRA race. And suddenly we had a half a dozen new teams that needed to get their driver's licenses and get acclimated with AMRA. And that was Al and his crew. Now here we are, not quite a year later, and they're playing a vital role not only in qualifying, but in bolstering the population and the spread of the class which continues to be one of the most popular classes in motorcycle drag racing. We do have a strong show. We've got more than 8. We've got close to 14 bikes, I think, now in Pro Fuel. And this being indicated, it shows you that they are one of the most popular and most populated pro classes. AMRA's growth and expansion has been steady year after year after year. Last October, we had almost 40 nitro bikes at the World Finals, Rockingham, in October. I expect to see that again this year. The level of competition, the great racetrack, the air that comes with it in October. Give me some World Finals. Well, we are technically speaking on day one of our 2-day event here at Martin, Michigan. I want to point out that the reason the racers and the racing has been as effective as it has been today is because of the great job on the racetrack and the facility that Martin, Michigan has done here. This is our second year for AMRA to come up here and race with Martin, Michigan, and we absolutely love coming here, and this is why. It's a well-run facility, it's a well-equipped facility, the racetrack prep is there. This is what we look for. Solid professionalism. Speaking of that, out there on the starting line right now, that's Chris Smith. You see that red, white, and blue shin guard on his left leg, kind of a signature thing for Chris. He started off junior drag bike racing. Did a couple of years of that, then he raced sportsman bikes for a couple of years, and his destiny brought him to Nitro. He knew where he was going, he always wanted it, and now he is there, and he is a bad man. He's lining up his buddy, Brian Conley. Now, Brian's bike wasn't quite right on that last pass, so they had to take it away from the starting line and make an adjustment. Correct whatever was right. Brian was mature enough to just say, nope, we can't do this. So now they're going to do this. He gets through a little tire shake, stayed in it. He made good power to the 330-foot clock. So whatever was not right with the bike, it seems like they've found it. And by powering out to 330 and then just coasting the rest of the way, they're not putting extra stress on a bike that doesn't need to be there. That's called, again, being smart. It's saving parts and conserving and getting ready to race for tomorrow. Okay, so Brian Conley is all set on that one. Let's see who we got next. Armin Furr Racing Nitro Funny Bike class. Q3 session now in progress. Cameron Gunter. Cameron will be in the left lane. Jordan Peterson in the right. Tracy Kyle, top fuel pilot, a real ace on that starting line, gets Cameron lined up, puts him right where he wants him out there. Jordan Peterson on the right side. Casey Joe says send it, and that's exactly what Jordan Peterson is going to do right now. Jordan and Cameron are number 1 and 2 points. Jordan, he is on the tear once again. Yes, he does. 7-0 at 187 miles an hour. 7:04 with a 4 for Jordan. So Jordan Peterson sitting in that spot with Cameron pretty close, 750 on that pass. And we'll see where all this leads come race day tomorrow. All right, so that officially concludes qualifying for Arm & Fur Nitro Funny Bike. We are now moving into Top Fuel. And Top Fuel Motorcycle will be our final qualifying session for the day. That session is about to begin. Chris Smith is going to be in the right lane, Buddy Johnson in the left. They are so singing my song. And that was Chris Smith with the big noise and the big boys that make the big toys. Chris Smith out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee in the right lane. Buddy Johnson, left side ride, ready to go out there and really get at it. Ryan Perry just took care of that, made sure they were ready to go. And his good buddy, Buddy Johnson, is now going to enter it in the left lane. Chris Smith finally on a tear. He was good to half track. He made it all the way past 8th under full power. Chris had a good lap going there. For 110 on the 60-footer. He was 427 at 162 in the 8th. And Buddy Johnson's bike wasn't quite what he needed when he needed it. But that's racing, ladies and gentlemen. We deal with that all the time. Sometimes bikes behave, sometimes not. Samu Kapanen in the left lane out of Vanta, Finland. Jay Turner. From North Carolina, Jay Turner Racing. Jay Turner will be in the right lane on this pass. Samu will be in the left. As these two professionals, these very seasoned professionals, they will show you how it's done. To give you an idea how long the Bulldog has been at it, Jay Turner started burning nitro around 1989, 1990. And it took him a full 10 years. It was 1999 before Jay won his first championship. And when you got to race against guys like Bill Furr and Jamie Morocco, those are the guys he grew up racing against. Samu, 640 at a 216, big mile an hour. Jay Turner, 657 at 214. Yes, that is top fuel horsepower up there. And a 640, it's a very significant number. I'll tell you why, too. That's the gateway. When a top fuel bike can be dialed in to go 640, that's where they can go up or down with the tune-up. And they can either get into the 630s and the 620s, or they can hang right there. A 640 run in top fuel can win most top fuel contests. If the driver cuts a good light and runs a 640, it's going to be a tough game. However, they have gone as quick as 6.0. And when they push the bikes hard and they go for 635 or they go for a 620, that really is leaning on the components. Lifespan plays a factor. What most people don't understand who are not part of the racing community is that when you're championship drag racing is not the same as just weekend warrior racing. No, very different. Because the parts have a lifespan. These motorcycles have a lifespan. So do we. But the lifespan on the bikes, it has an awful lot to do with how much horsepower do you want to put to it. What do you need to do there? And how good is your arsenal in terms of spare components? Can you reach for what you need when you need it? You have to play the long game when you're championship points racing. It's a whole nother kind of racing. They're not going to throw 620 horsepower at it every time. The parts life is half of what it would normally be. Once they start pushing the bikes into the 20s and the teens, lifespan for parts goes right down. And one of the factors that the racers have to contend with is that, you get grocery shortages when you got to go buy eggs at the store. Well, when your eggs happen to be crankshafts for these top fuel bikes, and you may have a lead time of months, if you can get more cranks, you got to have that planned out, or you're not going to have what you need when you need it. This is what I mean by the chess game that comes with championship points racing. You need to have your head screwed on straight and plan very carefully when and where you want to use this horsepower. Everything has a price, my friend. Everything has a price. And in top fuel motorcycle drag racing, speed magnifies everything. Mistakes, costs, go right down a long list. The faster you go, the more you gotta pay. Ryan Perry, Jordan Peterson, big dogs coming out to play here. Coming into this event, Samuel Kampanen is tied with Ryan Perry for points in the number 1 spot. Jordan Peterson's in the number 3 spot. So these dogs are scrapping for real. Samuel put a 40 up. Let's see if Ryan can match or pass that, which he can. It all depends on the tune-up on the racetrack. Sun's going down, track temps are changing. They are side by side glued down that racetrack. How tight was that? A 650 to a 651. Oh, man. If a photographer had been on the top end of the racetrack and photographed them at the finish line, you wouldn't have had any trouble at all getting both bikes in the frame at the same time. That was a great drag race. margin of victory there for Jordan Peterson on that pass, which is a qualifying pass, so the margin of victory is a moot point. But nevertheless, they were .0035, 3.5 thousandths of a second apart at the finish line. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you one and all for your participation and for being here with us today. That concludes our qualifying sessions. Our 3 sessions of qualifying are now in the books, and they're going to review the books. They're going to review the qualifying, and once everybody's confident that the numbers are where they're supposed to be, then the ladders will come out, and the ladders will be posted, and we'll see who's racing who tomorrow on race day. Tomorrow, on Sunday, 10:30 a.m., there will be one test pass for E-Class only. The lanes will close at 11. There'll be the riders' meeting, and then we're going right into eliminations at 11:55 a.m. For those of you who would care to partake, Races for Christ Chapel service, that's going to be at 9 a.m. in the breezeway between the buildings at the concession stand on the pit side. So for those of you who wish to partake and participate, please join Dave Fernandez and the crew tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. And again, on our Sunday morning schedule, 10:30 is when we're supposed to start sending bikes down the racetrack. We look forward to that happening. As with every racing schedule, subject to change, my friends. Stay frosty out there. Thank you all for joining us today. And that's it.